a typical oval pitch this season in the county championship. The slight difference is I think it's probably indented and grooved the pitch from being soft on day one, which means generally here it gets flatter and flatter, and by the time you get to the end of day 2, day 3, day 4, batting becomes easier. We've not seen that yet. If you look at the scorecard at the moment, what is it, 277? Surrey historically will say we're fine, we can chase that, unless this pitch continues to do a bit, which I think with these conditions, with the lights on and some up and down bounce and 2 quality seam attacks as well, I think that's why scores have been pretty low. So it's set up perfectly, really. First v second, no one can really split this sides either in the season or even in these 2 days we've had.
That's it, isn't it? It's been baffling, really, to try and work out who's in the ascendancy. You look at one passage of play, one phase of play, and you think actually runs on the board now are crucial, the ball's doing plenty, and then half an hour segment where the ball doesn't do much, and then you think, oh, hang on a minute, the conditions are actually more in favour of the batting side as the game goes on. I think that's what we're all trying to rack our brains and try and work out who's actually in the stronger position coming into day 3.
Yeah, I mean, Surrey have a very long batting lineup. They know these conditions. They are serial winners, are playing against the side who haven't won the championship since 2010. So the pressure, you'd say, on Nottinghamshire, however many that, I think 300 psychologically, if they can get a lead of 300, then you know you've got the seam attack. But that Surrey batting lineup is long, and if it does get a bit flatter, which it can do here, and the ball gets older, but it's also the tempo of your batting. I think if you just go in to survive, we saw in that partnership yesterday, or any partnership that's been successful, if you can try and put the opposition bowlers under a bit of pressure, they suddenly lose their length, they suddenly lose their line, and scoring becomes a bit easier as the ball gets older. But it will be a challenge. I think Nottinghamshire have played really well to get to this point, not only this season, but in this game. This will be the hardest bowling attack that Surrey have had to battle against this season, and you can see that.
A quick look at the table will show us why this game is so important and where we're at currently. It's up to date, so we've got a few bowling points to add from the original start points, if you like, from day 1. 186 played 185, so they just moved on. Batting has been tough, so no batting points. We're now into the second innings, so they've no chance for bonus points. But
Warwickshire just above Essex there, Nick. You'll be happy with that, won't you?
Two top sides over the
8
years.
8 draws as well. That's a Nick Knight, Warwickshire.
I knew as soon as he came in to our commentary position, it would be a matter of moments before draws are talked about. Bonus points. I mean, that there's a slight irony, Nas. I mean, you rightly say these are the 2 top bowling sides, probably the 2 best bowling sides. Let's go that far. You look at the top of the bowling points there in terms of bonus points, 31 and 31. You're expecting that to be a little higher.
Yeah, absolutely, with the seam attacks that they've got and the pitches as well, especially here at the Oval where it's done a bit. And it's been an odd season, really. Kookaburra ball at times. Has played a game here with the Kookaburra ball where they couldn't get a wicket, basically. So umpires are on their way out. Nick, you were speaking to them earlier around about 10 o'clock. Couple of your old mates.
That's where all the problems are coming from, Nat.
You produced the doom and gloom out there, basically.
Well, I think I get your view on this as well. They take a reading right now, and that will be something that will stick with them through the day. To me, it makes a little bit of sense. I mean, we've still got best part of, we've got 2 days to go. The game is so sort of forward in its position in terms of getting a result. They've got half an hour to play with. These are not great conditions if you're out there. Why not use a little bit of time? Let's just see what the decision is. I hope it's not delayed too much, and I hope that the weather later on is not too bad that we lose time then. But what do you think? Is it a fair decision or not?
I think that's the issue. We're into mid-September now, that if some clouds come over at 5:30 later this evening, then they'll start strolling off then. But they have got 2 days, and the game has progressed so much. You're going to get a result here, and the umpires are just trying to be fair to both sides, and their point they make is a good one, that if you've got half hour to use, why don't you use it? Just keep it simple, really. Read the meter reading and what does it tell you, and keep checking and make sure when it gets to the right level you get out there ASAP.
Did you think back in the day that Ian Blackwell would be an umpire,
No.
making all these really important decisions?
No. He's got an important one to make here, that is for certain. Both sides are looking in his direction. And,
New look Ian Blackwell as
yeah,
well.
he's looking well. Actually, Nigel Long played a lot of cricket with him as well and against him. They've been happy to put their finger up in this game, haven't they? They've been sort of...
I'm not sure they got all of them right, if I'm honest. There've been a
Right.
couple that I've thought, oh, actually, do you know what? The finger's gone up a little too quick there.
Yeah, I mean, that's been another thing. On a pitch that's done a bit and two good seam attacks. And umpires, you know, in our day, there were umpires like Ray Julian that were more outers than not outers. And then there was Dickie Bird that was more a not outer. These two are a bit more in the Ray Julian mould, I'd say. If in doubt, give them out.
What about Matthew Fisher? Matt Fisher, I mean, 2 fifers. He's looked hugely impressive. I know conditions in his favour.
He is. Nice to see him fit and firing. Good control as well. Quick enough. Moving the ball both ways. It is lovely to see. And at this late stage in the season where squads are going to be picked for winter tours, etc. Maybe not an full England tour, but Lions tours and whatever. Always good just to keep putting in a performance. And a performance, you know, here at the Oval. So, yeah, it's been good to see. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the way the game's gone one way, then t'other. No one has got a complete grasp of the game, and we go into day 3 of the second, you know, the penultimate county championship game, and we still don't know which way the season and the title's going to go.
Well, before we came on air, I was led to believe that there may be a 10:35 start if they were happy with conditions. I mean, clearly what we're seeing on the screen is we're not going to be starting at 10:35 because I think we're almost there now anyway, and they're deliberating, they're pontificating, and they're trying to work out what they're going to do next. There's the head groundsman out there as well, so it would make sense that you're our weatherman actually, aren't you? I mean, you know exactly where it's coming from.
We've actually been lucky because the rain has gone slightly further north. So we thought we'd be stuck with rain this morning. Actually, the rain is further north, but what we've got is this heavy cloud cover. They don't seem in too much rush. They've been chatting to the captains. Let's hope it improves. There's not a lot of rain around the next couple of days down south, so I see us getting quite a bit of cricket in, and I see us getting a result on this surface.
We've kept you long enough. It's been a long day
Thank
for
you.
you already.
I can go back to Chelmsford now.
You can go
Thanks,
back.
Nick.
It's been a long trip in. Whilst we wait for any news, and it doesn't look like we're going to be starting imminently, to be fair. It is a bit gloomy, floodlights are on. Let's just show you some action from a couple of days ago. It really was a terrific day out. Finals day always is, but it was a really memorable final between Hampshire and Somerset. So if you missed any of the action, we'll remind you of the best of it right now.
Well, this is it. What a great day. We've had some rain, but thankfully that's passed. It will be rocking. You can see empty seats. There won't be any empty seats. It's a great day for the players. For many of them, it's what they play for throughout the season. To get to finals day, they'll have some great fun. They'll have a party afterwards, win, lose, and they're in a draw. We're ready to rock and we're off. Oh no, not first up. That'll be a wide. That's a ramp shot, first up. And they'll target that offside. Move away to the leg side and hurl it over the offside.
It's a no-risk shot for Chris Lynn.
Length ball crashed down the ground for.
Well, it's a similar kind of process. The left leg goes out of the way, it frames the arms, and the back can come down and flow perfectly, even though it's tried to get it up full as Lewis Gregory. If you're not quite on that chalk mark, that's going to be the result. Becomes the leading run scorer in this season's Vitality Blast. Does Albert with that 4.
Beautiful shot through the offside, lots of control. Same sort of thing, that move a little bit leg side get it through the offside. 2 overs. Great start for Hampshire Hawks, 24 without loss. High in the air, who wants it? 2, they're going to collide, they do, but he holds on. First strike. It's an excellent start from the Hawks, but they're 1 down.
Well, Lewis Goldsworthy it is with the catch. Just a little bit high on the bat. You don't want Tom Kohler-Cadmore careering into you. Size difference, there's only 1 winner. As it is, Goldsworthy keeps his concentration, and Chris Lynn has to depart for 12, and Hampshire lose their first wicket with the score 24 for 1.
Flirted into the leg side. It's got gone all the way, I think it has, yes. 6 more.
How to make something look insanely easy by James Vince. This is just picked up so effortlessly. Little bit of bottom hand, make sure you're in the right position. 6, thanks very much.
Look at his eyes, watch his eyes. Young cricketers, watch his eyes. Flat, there's nobody anywhere near there. I think it's gone all the way, just, yeah. That'll be 4. Got enough on that. Lawful toss.
I mentioned about the little paddles and scoops and trying to work the ball from Toby Albert. You just stay in a good position, you're going to find runs. On this surface especially. You might have to get yourself in before those paddles come to fruition.
Oh, he gets into position there. That's airborne. Oh, Albert. 50 up. Uncle Albert. Go on.
That's what you do. You stand there and you whack it on this surface.
There's another. Oh, Uncle Albert. There it is. One of them bananas could throw that back. Oh, Uncle Albert. 6 more.
There's no fool there. Toby Albert. Now he's found his groove. Because he's got the bowler on the back foot. He's gone dot 4, 6 wide, 6. Bowler's not quite sure what's coming down. Works the full toss. 21 so far.
Oh, that'll be 4 more. A little twitch, a tickle down the leg side.
66 for 1. Off to a flyer, and that'll help even more. Vince this time, beautifully timed, away over the head of mid-off. Followed with a 4. Talk about the blade coming down sweetly. It doesn't get much straighter than that.
Length's not working, Dooley. Length is not working.
Again, pace off, goes fine. And it'll race away for 400, comes up in the 9th.
Yeah, when it's with you, just ride with it.
Toby Albert doesn't find the gap, but finds the boundary somehow and goes to 50. He reaches 50 first. If Chris Lynn doesn't get you, Toby Albert will. 750 as well for Toby Albert. That'll do nicely. Another half century for the prolific James Vince at such a key moment in the day. Not quite at his best in the semi-final, somewhere near his best now.
Look at that, 81 T20 50s. It's his 46th in T20 Blast.
Helped on its way, but should be taken, is taken. Now then, Somerset, you can never write them off. He can't quite believe it. He can't quite believe he didn't get the elevation.
Yeah, he's disappointed because he knows he's in. 52 from 33, he's in. And maybe Goldsworthy a little bit short. He's trying to get, as you say, that elevation, and it just comes off the bottom edge, really, bottom inside edge. Decent catch from Dixon. They needed that, Somerset. This game was slipping away from him. But an excellent innings from the Hampshire captain, gone for 52, and the Hawks 121 for 2.
Oh, what a moment! What a catch! You can't write them off.
Serious catch this. Jake Ball, experience, you talk about it. 72 miles an hour, a little bit of pace off to Fuller, and just watch this, just turns the bat a little bit. The big man takes a one-handed catch. It's brilliant from Jake Ball. They just know how to fight back, Somerset. They're not out of this, and they'll keep going. So Fuller pushed up the order, doesn't work. Ball takes another wicket. Fuller goes for 1, and the Hawks 126 for 3.
Oh, fantastic. I thought he'd gone for the shot early and was about to be stuffed by the length of the ball, because he's looking for something ideally a bit shorter to help over short, fine leg, but he adjusted brilliantly.
Yeah, it's the type of shot that makes you think he was a hockey player growing up. Just the wrists that he's been able to action up and over. Highly skilled shot.
About 3/4 of the way down, I thought he was a goner, as I thought he was a goner then, but once again he's got that one backward, behind square, on the offside. Ben Green looks in disgust. Oh yes, it is, just enough. It hung in the air a long time, as did the fielder out there. He hung in the air a long time as well, Sean Dixon, and he was just, he thought he had a chance, but in the end Benny Howell hit it too well.
Yeah, I think Dixon judged it pretty well. Look, clearly he didn't have enough space behind him to play with.
Bowled him. He won't get there, but it has been still a wonderful innings from a bright young player who's had a great season in the Blast and has played a wonderful innings in the final game of it.
Yeah, he really has played brilliantly, Toby Albert. Somerset will be relieved to see the back of him. They probably thought that Chris Lynn was going to cause them a headache, but on this occasion it's been Toby Albert. And Gregory just keeping it simple. The top of off stump. Bit of frustration from Albert because he knew that a century wasn't far away.
Smites it down the ground. Wonderful strike from Benny Howell. Got to be close, hasn't it? Even though he's round the wicket, it's so full. That has to be close. They're going to review it, and I don't blame them.
Okay, original decision not out. Impact in line, pitching in line, wickets are hitting. Back to Michael on field, please. Can I...
Should be a run out, is a run out. So a single off the last. Good final over from Jake Ball, but a challenging score set by the Hampshire Hawks. They can be pleased with their efforts here, in particular Toby Albert. Played excellently for 85 and a half century from James Vince. Bit of a dash at the end from Benny Howell, and they've got up to 194 for 6.
Shot. That's emphatic. Wonderful way to get things going on the boundary front. Shot. Finds the gap. I don't think it's right out of the middle, but it'll get to the boundary nonetheless. Huge shot. Right into the heart of the Hollies. Oh, it's gone over. It's gone over the roof. Short and gone. Used the pace beautifully. That is a wonderful stroke. Entirely deliberate. And TKC is on the charge. Change of ends for Baker. That is slapped away by Kohler Cadmore. He's loving a bit of back of a length width. Got him! What a delivery from Sonny Baker. That is what makes him so exciting. The Yorker that spikes Tom Kohler Cadmore, and that is a huge breakthrough.
It's quick, it's straight. A little bit of X factor. Gets it absolutely perfect. Middle stump right at the base. The perfect Yorker. Sonny boy gets rid of Kohler Cadmore. Big player. First wicket down, 46 for 1.
In the air, it gets underneath it, takes it. Ben Mayers, a young man, had to get himself in a decent position. They needed the wicket, and it is Tom Abel that goes.
Yeah, another big moment in this game, because Tom Abel is another cricketer, another batter who is dangerous when he gets in. He's a smart cricketer. He actually timed this pretty nicely, but he just got too much elevation. And it's a nice catch in the end, out in the deep. Ben May's a young man, under pressure. James Fuller, plenty of experience for him. So Tom Abel on his way without scoring. Somerset 55 for 2.
Pulled towards that vacant deep mid-wicket area. Needed a boundary. Oh, he needs it. He gets a bit of knee on it, and it goes over the boundary. Elior just slides into it. So back-to-back boundaries finish off a better over for Somerset. 11 from it, 7 gone, 66 for 2. Pulled towards long on, powered down the ground. Good shot from Smead. Chopped on. Not the best of deliveries from Curry, but they don't care. They'll take the wicket. And Somerset lose their third.
Yeah, Scott Curry, another impressive young player coming through. He bowls the important overs, the ones under pressure. Just got hit for a boundary. And with you, Corky, it won't be the best delivery that he's bowled. It was a drag on in the end. The Robert Croft special. But Hampshire won't mind one bit. So James Drew on his way back for 20. Somerset 89 for 3.
leg side, and it was just slightly over pitch, wasn't it? And that allowed him to get that ball away to fine leg and move smoothly through to a half century. 50 from 35 balls, more to do though. It's gone very high, this, and should be taken. No, down it goes. Scott Curry out in the deep has put one down. It should have been taken.
Almost as though he had too much time to think about him. He got himself in the perfect position, got himself set under it. A night sky, which is now clear. Straight through.
Gets it away, finds the gap to the left of Vince at extra cover. He beats Mays on the right at deep cover. Good over this for Smeed and Somerset. Gets it straight for 4 more. So this is the over that Somerset required. It's gone for 15 now.
Oh, that'll be plenty. Chris Wood just watches it sail over his head. Starts with a 4. Pump down the ground, that'll be 4. Hello, hello. Get one of them bananas to throw it back. That'll do. That'll do. Somewhere near extra cover.
Was on the offside, Bumble. What a shot this is. Benny Howe's gone pace on, and pace on 69 mile an hour, but this is something else from Dixon. Into position early and just helps it on its way.
Vince working overtime now. 26 from 15 required. Slow ball, slow ball. Oh my goodness me. It's a biggie. Slammed, will be taken. It is taken, long off. Brilliant shot, looked to be 6, but he's gone.
Captain Cool, how often have we seen it, James Vince? That was hammered. Didn't get very high off the ground at all from Smeed. He hangs his head, but it's been a brilliant innings. It's got Somerset to a position where they are a chance of winning this final. Couldn't quite match the feats of Chris Lynn with 100 on finals day, but it's been a superb knock, ended by a very good catch. And Hampshire, maybe they believe again now, the Hawks. Vince with the catch, he'll get the applause, he'll hang his head a little because he's disappointed. But don't be, young man, that has been a superb innings. It really has. 94 off 58, and you've given your team every possible chance. Speed goes.
Oh, 6 more, all the way into the crowd. Take that. Oh, that might do it. That might do it. That might do it. Game over. It's Society boys.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man, Lewis Gregory. Captain fantastic. 18 not out of 5. And they celebrate again. Leicestershire and Hampshire with 3 Vitality Blast final wins, and now Somerset join them.
Lewis Gregory will move across and join his teammates to lift the trophy. As we say congratulations to the 2025 Vitality Blast champions, Somerset!
So many congratulations to Somerset there, who won finals day. What a terrific day that was all round. Great atmosphere there. Somerset winning it for what, the second time in 3 years. As far as conditions, they haven't improved, I'm afraid. It's just a bit grim, bit grey, and there's no rain. There was a little bit of light drizzle about 20 minutes or so ago. That's passed by, but it's still deemed not quite fit enough light-wise to get going at the moment. So no official news from the umpires, but we'll keep you up to date with any news that we get. Now then, not long to wait before the Women's World Cup. That is the 50-over version. 2 hosts in action to kick things off, India and Sri Lanka. That's in Guwahati, and our build-up there at 10 o'clock. And England playing in Guwahati, that is their first game. They're playing against South Africa. They have a pretty tough start to the competition, and they have a pretty tough end to the competition. Each team plays each other, and then there are semi-finals and a final. So I don't think we're going to have much to show you here for a little while. The groundsmen are out there. They're just waiting for this light to improve, which I understand it will at some point, but we're not quite there yet. So whilst we wait, our experts then got together to give their views on that World Cup, which is just a couple of weeks or so ago. Here's their thoughts on that World Cup.
Later this month, the 13th edition of the ICC Women's World Cup kicks off in India. Australia, Bangladesh, England, New Zealand, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, South Africa and the host India will scrap it out for a title and trophy first contested as far back as 1973. It's a tournament rich in history and sure to feature the biggest and best names in the women's game. And if you're wondering which batters will score the runs, which bowlers will take the wickets and which fixtures to underline in your diary, well, we are here to help.
Just the ultimate prize in women's cricket on the ultimate stage.
What a competition!
One of the greatest World Cup final innings you will ever see.
One of the best!
A little bit of history.
That is quite some shot. What a catch!
What a quality all-rounder she is.
For the 7th time, Australia to lift the World Cup trophy.
Yes, we have a lot of cricket ahead of us to look forward to at the 13th edition of the ICC Women's World Cup. That's the 50-over World Cup, and India will play host. And talking about hosting, I'd like to welcome my 3 guests here with me today. I'll start with Natalie Germanos, global broadcaster from South Africa. Jess Jonathan, Australian player, has won 5 T20 World Cups and a 50-over version. Welcome to you. And of course, Dinesh Karthik, now broadcaster, but yourself have won the 2007 T20 World Cup and an ICC Champions Trophy. So I'll start with Natalie. How much are you looking forward to it?
No, I'm really looking forward to it. I love my time that I've had in India. Always love going there, whether it be for the IPL, the WPL, or for bilateral series. I just enjoy the people. I think they're so invested in the game, and they're becoming more and more invested in the women's game as well. And of course, it's been a while since we had a 50-over World Cup, so I can't wait.
DK, in India as well, how big will this be?
First up, it's debut time for me as well. Having been part of a World Cup in the women's side of things, so really looking forward to it. And if there's one game that's shown a lot of growth in the last decade in cricket, it has to be the women's game, isn't it? I mean, it's just taken off to another level. There's plenty of crowds coming in. This is probably the best time for women's cricket that has been for a long, long time. They're getting the recognition they deserve. And the 50-over World Cup is another step in that direction.
And what about you, Jess?
Yeah, it's a super exciting time. India is a place where everybody wants to play cricket. The fans and the people are so passionate about the game. To DK's point, there's this extra growth of the women's game within India as well, with WPL. And yeah, it's super exciting to be able to bring the 50-over format to India.
Well, first question, I'll start with the obvious. Are Australia going to win it again? I mean, is that what's going to happen? Come on, where do we start?
Yeah, it's a question we always ask ahead of a tournament, isn't it? Is Australia going to win it?
Or who can challenge them?
Or who can challenge Australia? That's the 2 questions you end up asking. It's not so much who's the favourite. It's, is Australia going to win? And is it also going to be somebody, is there someone that's going to challenge them? 2017, I had a weird feeling that it wasn't going to be Australia that year. I don't know why, but I just had a weird feeling. And it turned out that way. There's reasons for it, obviously. That's a whole nother discussion. But I actually feel like it is going to be someone different this year.
Oh, Mystic Nat.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be someone
different. It could be different.
I mean, if you followed the women's cricket over a period of time, you'll realize why this question is so valid, because they've been so consistent, so bullish about the way they play across formats, and they are the team to beat. They've probably have a lineage of being the most successful team across sport, because that's how strong they've been across formats. And I think the fact that it's in India, where pitches could help teams which have good spinners, and we'll come to that, but the fact is that for once I feel Australia will be challenged.
Jess, as an Australian, can you say Australia aren't going to win, or do you think, and who could challenge them if there was someone?
No, I feel like Australia will definitely be there. Whether they're lifting the trophy or not is obviously to be seen. I think if it's not them, I think it will be the home team in India. Obviously, depending on how they handle the pressure of a home World Cup, but I think the way that side's been building and in their own conditions.
So not quite the Glenn McGrath 5-0 prediction, but she at least sees them in the final.
Well, before we get ahead of ourselves and declare Australia winners, let's take a more detailed look at the 8 teams in contention in India this October, starting with the champions, Australia. They are, unsurprisingly, the #1 team as per the ICC Women's ODI rankings. They've won this tournament on 7 of the 12 occasions it's been held, including in New Zealand 3 years ago when they were undefeated. If only we had someone here on the panel who was on that team. Oh, we do. It's Jess Jonathan, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, Jess, we highlighted 3 names to look out for, but with Australia, you could name 33.
Yeah, it's an incredibly exciting time to be part of the Australian cricket setup. Yeah, it's very hard to even name 3, like you said. There's going to be so many players, I think, within that side that are going to have an impact at some point throughout the tournament. I'm really excited to see how the likes of, I guess, even Phoebe Litchfield goes as well. Love to see a few switch hits and reverse sweeps happening over there.
Well, last time that they were led by Meg Lanning, who's obviously moved on. Do you think that's going to be a miss, or are they well-oiled now as a unit and with a captain?
I think it's always a miss when Meg Lanning's not there, because she is such a good leader. She is somebody who also had people around her that worked really nicely. They worked well as a team. Rachel Haynes, for example, Jess Jonathan herself, they worked so well together. And I think in many ways the players, but whether it be the bowlers or the batters, they knew exactly what Meg Lanning expected of them. I think it is always going to be a miss when you've got a leader like that. But I think it helps when you've got players who played underneath her, so they also understand the team, if you want to call it the ethos of the team and what they're trying to accomplish. It does help. But you never replace somebody like Meg Lanning for one, her leadership, but also obviously what she can do with the bat.
DK as well. In Indian conditions, which of the Australians do you think will stand out?
Now, if you look at their team, you've got Beth Mooney, Alyssa Healy, then you'll have Phoebe Litchfield, the likes of a young talent like Annabelle Sutherland. I think she's a superstar. And you just go through the lineup, Ash Gardner, you have Sophie Molineux. There's some real skill out there. And the good thing is they've been coming to India so consistently. They know the conditions quite well. What will be different is the fact that they're playing in venues which they probably haven't played in. Now, that is the challenge for them. It'll be nice to see them competing not only against other teams, but against themselves in terms of how they use the conditions. They've been to India, but not to certain venues.
And quickly, Jess, is there any weaknesses in the Australian lineup that others might be looking for? What areas do you think people might think we can try and get a hold of or somehow get into Australia?
Is Jess allowed to tell people that?
Well, I mean, you're basically going to give me nothing.
To be honest, I don't think there's any.
Too easy. Okay, well, fine. We're shut down then. Australia have no weaknesses, thanks to Jess Jonathan. Okay, let's take a look at the fixtures. It's a round-robin format. Everyone plays everyone once, and then the top 4 go through to the semis. It's the same format employed in the 2017 and 2022 editions, so they know what to expect. 5 venues will host the games. Australia will pay a visit to 3 of them. So DK, do you know these grounds? And just tell us a little bit more of what to expect.
Well, they're going to be playing in 3 venues, indoor, Vizag and Colombo. Now, if you take indoor, it's a slightly small ground, lovely pitch to bowl on, red soil pitches, which will have good pace and bounce, and the Aussie fast bowlers would definitely like it. If you look at Vizag. Now that's a coastal city. That is a city where I expect the spinners to have a little bit of help. The likes of Ashley Gardner, Sophie Molineux will be very much in the game. And it's again, the Andhra Premier League that was just held for the boys. They did quite nicely there with tall scores. So you can expect a high scoring game there. Colombo, Premadasa, it's going to be hot. Let's start there. It is going to be boiling out there because it has a bit of rains as well at that time of the year. But again, it's a pitch that helps spinners. It'll be slow. It'll be one that turns. And big factor that we need to speak about when you play in subcontinent this time of the year is dew. How much of it does it affect the way the game is played? And I believe in certain venues it will have a massive part to play.
What about you, Jess? Is it a bit of a spinner's dream when you think about going to India? You know you might get some turn, and if you get bounce as well, it's quite fun.
It is quite fun. I think it's one of those ones, though, that there's almost that added pressure as a spin bowler going to the subcontinent that you think you automatically assume that the conditions are in your favour. However, you actually need to bowl a lot differently and smarter sometimes, that you really have to adapt on the fly, because sometimes you'll rock up and it'll be a batter's paradise again, and you think, oh, what's happening here? I come to India and it's like I'm bowling at home. But yeah, it's one of those ones that you do actually still need to impart spin on the ball. You need to bowl smart. You need to think tactically, because the conditions aren't always going to be what you expect.
And Australia is a very interesting team because not many teams play tourist spinners. So they have obviously Alana King and they have Georgia Wareham. And if you look at India and the way the venues are, one needs to play the defensive role, and you think that's Georgia Wareham, whereas Alana King is someone who tosses the ball up and invites batters to go after a few shots. So both will have very different destinies in that World Cup. Now whether they both play together, time will tell, but you have to understand that they'll have very different roles to play within the 50 overs.
And DK, what about the other two venues that Australia aren't visiting?
One is DY Patil, Navi Mumbai. So they just passed the monsoon season, so they have some fresh pitches. So they have this culture in Mumbai. When the monsoon season is on, they relay pitches consistently across the length and breadth of the city. So Navi Mumbai again is a city which will be dug up during that time. They'll make fresh pitches. It'll be red soil. So red soil generally has more bounce, so the pacers tend to like it more. As the season rolls on, it gets better for the spinners to bowl in, and you'll find some turn. But at the start, it's a good venue to bat on. You will get value for shots. And then let's go to the northeastern side of India, Guwahati, Baraspara Stadium. Start, you guys need to be very aware that not the fact that you might have to travel quite a distance to get to the ground, that's one. But secondly, it's a black soil pitch, generally keeps low, skids onto the bat. Spinners won't find turn, but it's a great venue to just keep things tight. If you're at the stumps, that's the kind of venue you would enjoy bowling in, because the stumps are always in play. That's the beauty of playing in India, I feel. You know, across various venues, there'll be different challenges that you will be thrown at, and you need to be versatile enough to figure out how to get past those challenges.
Yeah, I think players are going to have to adapt. And also, I feel like I need to be a soil expert. There's red soil, black soil, all sorts of soil in India. It varies very nicely. Well, one team that I think will enjoy the conditions in India in particular is going to be Bangladesh. Look, they're 7th ranked in the world, so we're not expecting miracles from them. So it's a bit of a long shot to win, but it's only their 2nd World Cup actually, which is quite exciting in the 50-over format. 2022 being their first, where they finished 7th at the end of the group game. So I'll start with you, Natalie. What would you say their ambitions for the tournament are?
Yeah, it's a tough one because you have to take that into context, that it is only their 2nd 50-over World Cup. As much as they've played T20 World Cups, you've got to take that into context. They also haven't played a lot of one-day internationals in India. They played back in 2013, and that's it. So from an experience point of view, playing 50-over cricket in India, they don't have that experience. But they do have a couple of players that I think they will look at to really lead them. Of course, their captain in Jyoti is somebody that has been there for a long time. She's also been leading them in World Cups as well. They'll be looking to one with a bat in that sort of number 4 role. And then, of course, you've got Fajana Haqpinki, who is also someone that is now been moved up to open since Shaman Akhtar has been moved to number 3. And Shaman Akhtar, since she's been moved to number 3, all of a sudden she's averaging 50 with a bat. So that little move has worked nicely. They are spin heavy as well, as you would expect from Bangladesh.
Jess, you had a chance to play against Bangladesh, and what do you think they will bring or can offer?
They're going to bring a bit of a surprise element, I think, a bit of an unknown for a lot of teams that they're coming up against. So obviously in the subcontinent conditions, places that they're used to, they're always so emotional out in the field and so passionate about the game. And yeah, I think that they can actually challenge a few teams throughout the tournament.
Well, what's interesting about their fixtures, actually, is they start against Pakistan, who they famously beat back in 2022 at Hamilton in the World Cup. So I'm sure they'll be hoping to cause another upset and take them down again. After that, they travel to Guwahati for matches against England and New Zealand, then to visit Pakistan to play against South Africa and Australia, and then finish with 2 games in Mumbai at the DY Patil Stadium, including one against the hosts. Okay, well, that's 2 teams down, which means we have 6 to go. Join us after the break as we run the rule over England and India. Welcome back to our preview of the forthcoming ICC Women's World Cup. 8 nations in the tournament and 4 of them are represented on this panel. We've got an Indian, Australian, South African and me from England. So we're, of course, going to be impartial, right? Right, let's take a look at the team that's going to win it. England. They are 4-time winners of the tournament in 73, 93, 09 and 17 and were runners-up in the last tournament in 2022. The ICC ranks them as the 2nd best team on the planet, but have they lost their mojo? A little bit of late, I wonder. Natalie, I'll start with you. Are England the team they were, or are they on the wane a little bit?
It's an interesting question because if you take just the recent series that they played against India, just by itself, you'd look at that and you go, oh yeah, this doesn't look like the England I would sort of expect. But then if you look at the ICC tournament since that 2017 win, you look at it and you go, okay, well, they made a couple of finals, but they've underperformed in a couple of the tournaments. In South Africa in the T20 World Cup in 2023, you expect them to make the final. The T20 World Cup in 2024, it didn't even make it through to the next stage. So are they a team that's just struggled in ICC tournaments over the last few years since that 2017 World Cup? Well, the stats will probably say yes, absolutely. Yes, they've made a couple of finals, but they haven't then gone on to lift the trophy. I would look at it and say there's something maybe missing within the team or something that hasn't clicked yet with the new captain, coach sort of combination.
Jess, I have to ask as well about the Ashes and 16-0 headlines, so Australians must be quite confident. You know, where do you assess them at the moment? Are there areas that they really need to focus on?
Yeah, well, I'm with Nat on this one, that it's kind of... They've underperformed in different areas, and obviously, yeah, the recent Ashes series and a bit of their recent form, they have had a lot of changes. There's obviously significant changes coming into this 50-over World Cup in their bowling attack and their level of experience as well. So that's going to be a bit of a question mark, I think. Obviously, a bit of a surprise with Kate Cross not being included into their final squad, obviously going with an extra batter over there as well. And I think with some knowledge that Charlotte Edwards will bring in big tournaments as well, I think she'll be able to find a way to get some of the best out of those players, and a few of them in their first World Cup as well. There's always those excitement levels, but yeah, I think they'll be thereabouts, but not quite at the top, sorry.
You said you enjoyed, there was a little smile when you said that. DK, look, you've seen a lot of the English players. Who do you think is going to be important, and also in Indian conditions, but who's impressed you, and where do you see England?
I think a lot will rest on Nat Sobran. You've got to understand, she has a very good record in India. She's been part of MI in the WPL and they've won it twice. And she's been such an integral part of those wins. She knows what conditions are, what it takes to do well in India. I think if you do look at that squad, a lot will depend on Nat Sobran as the batter, most importantly as a leader, but also the fact that her bowling is going to be tested quite a bit. She hasn't bowled for some time now, and that's because of the injury she's had. Now, they've just taken two frontline pacers with Lauren Filer and Lauren Bill and M. Arlett as well, so let's make it three there. So the fact is that they don't have too many pacers, so if one of them do go down before a game, they are going to be struggling to fit another one. They're going to probably add in the extra spinner, which they have in plenty. They've gone with Lindsay Smith, Sophie Eccleston, Alice Capsey, Charlie Dean, whoever is there in England bowling spin, is a get on that plane, we want you there. So they have a lot of spin to work with. Again, they have their challenges. Their batting has always found it hard to deal with spin. You saw it even in the 100. Their batters are a lot more comfortable playing pacers. So there's a lot of question marks around England as a team. The batting, the bowling, if you look at it in isolation, but most importantly, as a team, they haven't done that well in ODIs in the recent past. Even India coming to England and beating them in that series 2-1 is a big result. We all know how ordinary the Ashes were, so let's not even go there. So they do have some work to do.
England begin their campaign in Guwahati against South Africa in what ought to be a good game. They don't face another of the top sides, you might say, until they play India in indoor 16 days later, whilst the game on the 22nd against Australia is a rematch of the 2022 final. All right, let's talk England fixtures. And Jess, are you looking forward to that one?
Absolutely. I think every Australian in that side particularly as well is going to be looking forward to it. But yeah, there's always some incredible contests between Australia and England, obviously Ashes, but then, yeah, that rematch of the last 50-over World Cup final. Yeah, I'm hoping Australia comes out on top again.
OK, let's turn our attention to India, the host. They are the third-ranked team in the world, but have never won a World Cup in 50 overs or 20 overs. In 2022, they came agonisingly close to a place in the semi-final, but a Deepti Sharma no ball cost them the match against South Africa, which denied them a place in the final four. And Nat, I actually saw you on my shoulder giggling as I was thinking about that. So I'm guessing you remember that match.
Yeah, I remember it very well. I was on commentary at the end, and I think a lot of people don't know this, so that they love this whole behind-the-scenes thing of the commentators and the anguish and obviously how tight it was. And I'm very kind of emotive, and as you know, I speak with my hands and all these things. So there's scenes of me going, "Oh God, this is unbelievable. What's happened, etc." What people don't know is what I was thinking at the time, because if India won and they went through to the next stage, South Africa's semi-final wouldn't have been in Christchurch, it would have been in Wellington. They probably would have played the same opposition, but they would have played in Wellington instead. And all I could think was, I've got to pack again and then move over to Wellington, because we were in Christchurch and I was quite settled. But that day it was sad in a lot of ways as well, because it was the end of seeing Mitali Raj and Jhulan Goswami with the Indian side and in an ICC event. And Jhulan Goswami is someone I've always enjoyed her company. I think she's a wonderful person. She's a great ambassador for the game as well. And of course, Mitali Raj, a fantastic player and played for such a long time. So yeah, I remember that game for all the drama and everything that went on when India thought they had it won and Harmanpreet took that catch and it ended up being a no ball, unfortunately. A very tight one, by the way. It was very, very close, but yeah, incredible game.
So you didn't have to pack.
I didn't have to pack.
And we saw legends pass on. Well, look, DK, let's talk about home advantage. And where do you see India at the moment?
I think they're the biggest contenders for the title, along with Australia, without a doubt.
You've gone strong, straight in. You think?
I do think they're a very strong side. They've been playing some solid cricket in the recent past, and they've made a few changes. One big surprise is obviously everybody spoke about the fact that Shafali Verma wasn't around, but they've gotten a new player who's done phenomenally well. She's grabbed her opportunity so nicely, Pratika Rawal, and she's forged a nice little partnership with Smriti at the top. They're always going to be a team that bats well. They've got good enough talent with the bowling unit, and I feel they have a very strong chance to upset anyone who comes in their way. And the fact that they will be well supported in this tournament across venues, they'll have a very good chance of, if they can, like what Natalie said, harness that energy and not look at it as pressure, but as a way of inspiring other young women cricketers who are coming through the ranks. I think they have a big role to play in that. They are already playing a good role doing that, and I think they have a good chance to do well in this home World Cup.
Just let me talk to you, because you've been playing, you played in the WPL. It feels like India have got more depth, their fielding has improved. What have you seen from India during your experience over there?
Yeah, I think those two things first and foremost as well. And I think that old pressure word again, a lot of the players coming through onto the scenes are being exposed to these big moments and these big games before they reach the international stage. And in the past, that's something that they were never exposed to until they reached the international stage. So to already feel different elements of pressure in other games, that hopefully they can be using that to their advantage. And yeah, it's super exciting for everybody involved there, particularly when India's been searching for so long for a world title in the women's game.
Okay, let's talk India fixtures. They open the tournament against Sri Lanka in Guwahati, then face Pakistan in Colombo 5 days later, which is always box office. Then they have 4 tough fixtures in 14 days. South Africa, then Australia, then England, then New Zealand. Natalie, I'll start with you. What's the highlight out of that?
We speak about the India-Pakistan game all the time, don't we? Because it's generally, obviously, a game that everybody has interest in and a lot of eyes on it as well. But India-Australia, for me, is always a game that I look forward to, because I think India raises their game against Australia, and I think it brings out the best in many of the players, whether it be from India or whether it be from Australia. I do think, though, it is tough for the home side because of the amount of travel that they have. We saw it in the 2023 World Cup and the Men's World Cup. The home team, they travelled so much, and I don't think people quite understand the number of miles and what that does. It's taxing. Obviously, there's also a lot of people who want interviews and they want your time and all those things. So it is very, very tough. So they're going to have to find a way to sort of get around that. And then, of course, going out of the country, going and playing in Colombo is going to be tough for them as well. So I think that's something they're going to have to sort of find a way around. But I think for India, I love the fixture, India-Australia always. It's definitely one I really look forward to.
DK, I have to ask India-Pakistan. Now, it's not as close as the men, you know, in terms of strength, so you'd expect India to win, but there is always a lot on it, and actually sometimes performance goes out the window.
Let me first start by saying I think India have the best schedule, and I feel that because they'll play a couple of warm-up matches and then they got a couple of comparatively easier sides to get into the tournament at the start, the first 2 games, and the second game of that first couple of games is Pakistan. Now that's a big fixture. It's more a game that's played within the years, because if you just put both sides together, you'll definitely say India have a good chance, but you know how it is when you play against Pakistan. Emotions take over with everything that's happening. I'm sure it'll be a match that will have a lot going on in the lead up to it. There'll be a lot of build up to it. It's an India-Pakistan fixture. It's probably one of the biggest rivalries along with Australia and England, as you would know. So it's going to be a game that will have a lot hanging on it. And then they get into the seriousness of the tournament in terms of playing 4 quality opponents before, in case they drop a few games, which I'm sure they will as the tournament unfolds. They have the last game against an opponent which they would fancy themselves against. So I think they've got a nice little schedule here. And as Nat said, a lot of traveling, which is always the case in with India, because the fact that they want to be spreading the game around and they want to be playing in every venue. So that's always going to be part of their fixtures, and it's going to be a terrific tournament for India if they can win the first couple of games and then get into the next 4 with a lot of momentum with them.
Well, of course, India are not the only team who will be enjoying home comforts this World Cup. At least 11 games will be played in the Premadasa Stadium in the Sri Lankan capital of Colombo, and we'll examine Sri Lanka's credentials after the break.
Catch it! That's the catch! The 5-year master plan has come to fruition for Australia. They have what they came for. It's the World Cup title.
Memories of 2022 there. A tournament won, of course, by Australia, winning their 7th title. They dominated the tournament, they dominated the final, winning that by 71 runs. And someone here took 3 wickets that day. Not a bad day's work for you there, Jess. I'm sure you remember taking those 3 wickets, including maybe the highlights reel of Kate Cross caught and bowled.
It's actually quite funny that a caught and bowled for me makes a highlight reel, because a lot of people leading in and even now used to say that I was terrible off my own bowling. So yeah, very special, obviously off the back of Elisa Healy's 170, to be able to have a moment like that shared, knowing what we had all gone through as a collective unit. Yeah, very special.
Special. Nat, you must have some memories of the tournament.
I remember the dominance of Australia in that tournament, because there was very few that actually even came close to sort of even getting a win over Australia. It was such a dominant tournament for Australia. I remember, though, that World Cup more for the grey hairs that South Africa gave me, because of the close games that South Africa had. There were so many close games for South Africa. But that final, watching Elisa Healy in that innings, I felt it was one of the best ODI innings I've ever seen. And then on the back of it, Nat Sitterbuns almost pipped her. But you just always knew that Australia was going to win that World Cup.
Well, one team that won't have happy memories of New Zealand in 2022 is Sri Lanka, because they weren't there. Let's talk about Sri Lanka. Yes, they failed to qualify in 2022, so they'll be hungry to do well in 2025, you would imagine. Chamari Atapattu, as ever, a key figure in that side. She's done some damaging things to Australia and many other teams before. Does it rest on her?
It normally does, unfortunately. And I say unfortunately only because you can't do well at a 50-over World Cup with just one player having all that pressure. But she is a phenomenal player, and she loves the big game. I was there for her 100 that she scored against Australia in Bristol out in 2017, and that was an incredible innings. And she showed sort of everybody what she could do then. But Chamari Atapattu, since then, is just, I think she's just gotten better and better. As a leader, I think she's quite important, because when she does well, it seems like a lot of the other players do well. They've got a few experienced players, though. Samari Karama's been around for a long time. Lakshya De Silva's been around for a long time too.
Prabodhani.
Yeah, Prabodhani for me is like somebody who I feel like she's always been with the team, and she's someone that goes under the radar sometimes, because she does a lot of the hard work as well with the ball.
Jess, how do you see, have you had a chance to play against them, and also, you know, a smaller nation, just getting a chance to qualify in this tournament, how do you see them going?
Yeah, I think it'll be really special for them, obviously, to be able to have games in their home country as well. And young Hashitha as well is a young left-hand batter, really up and coming as well. And I think only within the last year or so, when they had a bilateral series against New Zealand at home, they took a game or two off them in that series as well. But yeah, I do hope that there's not this sole reliance on Chamari Atapattu to be the one. As much as she is a very good player and dominant player, I think they're going to need more of their senior players along with some of their youngsters to really galvanise that group. But yeah, and hopefully their home fans get behind them as well.
How do they strategise? Is it going to be home games, they're going to put their foot down a bit more, or they're going to try and win key periods? How do you, as a team that doesn't have the big names and the big impact, how do you go about structuring your World Cup?
Look, when it comes to Sri Lanka, I feel among the 4 Asian teams that are participating, you leave out India, and other 3, I think Sri Lanka has the best chance, because they are the ones who have punched above their weight quite a few times, even in the Asia Cup that happened. So they do have skill. Those girls have done really well for themselves to first find a way into this World Cup, and I genuinely believe they have it in them to surprise a few opponents here if they get their act together. So with that sort of belief, if they can walk into that tournament, I think they'll do much better than what most people expect.
Let's take a look at their fixtures and see where they might enjoy some success. And what leaps out to me is it's a very tough start. They start against India, then Australia, and then England. So let's be honest, that's going to be a tough start. You know, you were talking about their coming back, but when you look down the page and you see the 3 hardest teams in the tournament, that's going to be a bit of a kicker.
That is not an easy way to start a tournament. I don't think you can mince your words about that. But if they can find a way to win one game, then they're going to have a serious World Cup after that.
T20 World Cup in 2023, they started against South Africa, the hosts, and they won that game. So I know T20 is different to ODIs, but they would have been, they definitely weren't favourites to win it. South Africa definitely was at Newlands, and they won that game.
Today, for South Africa, the impossible has become possible.
Well, one team that have definitely enjoyed the benefits of hosting a World Cup are South Africa. In 2023, they hosted the T20 World Cup and rode the wave of home support all the way to the final, where they lost to Australia, just played again, and ruined the party. Jess, you ruined it. Anyway, let's take a look at their stats page. So the ICC have them as 5th ranked team in the world. New Zealand have just sneaked ahead of them into that top 4. They were losing semi-finalists in 2022 and have lost at the semi-final stage in the last 2 World Cups, both times to England, no less. There's plenty of talent in the team. We could list a dozen names, but have highlighted the captain, Wolfhard, the talisman cap, and the spinner, Malaba, as the key performers in 2025. Right, let's talk about South Africa, and they have got to semi-final stages. I still remember the memories in Bristol when they were heartbroken on the floor crying that because of how close they got. Is this going to be their time?
I think they've got a really good chance, South Africa. And the reason I say that is because I feel like they have a lot more to choose from. They've just got to get the batting order right, because I feel like just about anybody could actually be sort of slotted in at different phases. They've got to get this 100% right, though. We've highlighted like Laura Wolfhard, for example, who's been one of the top batters in the ODI game for a long time now, and not just for South Africa. Nonkululeko Mlaba is going to be huge for South Africa with her left arm finger spin, and she's just grown and grown as a spinner, and she's certainly a lot more confident as well. And Marizanne Kapp's always going to be effective, but I'll throw in another name, and that's Anneli Daxon for me. She is a serious talent. She's an athlete. She was part of the squad, but didn't play in the T20 World Cup in 2023. Had an opportunity to play in 2024 in the T20 World Cup. Did quite nicely against England, but didn't have too much time to bat. But she's already got an ODI 100 to her name. She is something very exciting.
I'll throw this to both of you. Are they a threat?
Yeah, I would say they're definitely a threat. Those players you mentioned then as well, and then you have the experience of someone like Sune Luce as well, who's now bowling some off-spin equally, so she's giving that all-round capability. But yeah, I think Laura Wolfhard, Tasman Brits as well, top of the order. I think they're going to need to really put out some big scores to then allow their bowlers and people like Marizanne to build pressure, take wickets throughout, and then, yeah, let Malaba take over with her finger spin as well.
When it comes to South Africa, if you do look at the track record, they're as good as any. They always get to that knockout stages, and then they have probably one bad day like the last 2 World Cups that have happened. So this last year has belonged to South Africa, you know. Started with the rugby, the World Test Championship final, everything has been good for them. So why not another World Cup? And it'll be, I guess, the icing on the cake if they can get it done.
Well, they start against the team that has beaten them in the last 2 semis. England play them in Guwahati on the 3rd of October. They then travel to Indore, Visakhapatnam, Colombo and back to Indore for their last game against Australia. Nat, I'll come to you on that. Is that an advantage, having them play Australia last?
The problem I think would come in is if that is a must-win game, if that's your almost like a quarterfinal, you don't want it to be against Australia. You'd prefer it to be against somebody else, even though South Africa's proven they can beat Australia recently, which is a huge psychological thing for South Africa. It took a very long time before South Africa could celebrate any kind of international win over Australia.
TK, if you were looking down the fixtures list, Australia last, is that good or bad?
I just look at it like a matter of fact. You know, when you're preparing for a World Cup, you're going to be playing everyone. It's simple. It doesn't matter where you play. The key is for you to know how you want to play in that tournament. Now that starts with how you start in the league stages. You're going to meet Australia. Now whether that's the first game, last game, it doesn't matter. You need to be up and running from ball one. The tough thing could be if you're just coming up to a knockout game or a quarter-final scenario when you play Australia. Now that again works both ways. If you're up for it and you beat Australia, I promise you the momentum that you will get walking into that semi-final is like nothing else. Well, but you got to beat Australia. That's the big thing. And if you're preparing for a World Cup, you want to be beating every team if you want to win that World Cup.
How do you see it?
Yeah, I kind of think a lot of it depends on how South Africa start their tournament. Obviously, being involved in the Australian setup, whether Australia's already qualified for finals or not at that period, they are not resting anybody. They're being really ruthless, going in to win that match, to keep the momentum leading into the pointy end of the competition. So barring injury or any sort of niggles, they will always put out their best 11 regardless of the opposition.
Okay, we'll have to see how that one plays out. Well, for those of you paying attention, we have run the rule over 6 teams, but have yet to cover Pakistan or the recent winners of the T20 World Cup, New Zealand. We'll see you after the break. Well, look, I think I speak for everyone here when I say the last World Cup in New Zealand was a big success. If only for the flat whites and the breathtaking scenery. What a place, what a nation, and a team that might be worth keeping an eye on in India in 2025. Well, as it happens, the 2022 World Cup in New Zealand wasn't a tournament that the White Ferns will necessarily want to remember. They finished 6th in the group stage and failed to qualify. They've had happier times in white ball cricket since, of course, winning the most recent T20 World Cup in Dubai. So the question is perhaps, Jess, which New Zealand can we expect in India in 2025?
Yeah, that is a very good question. I think they're hoping their T20 side that won the World Cup in Dubai will show up. However, from this World Cup cycle, qualification for this World Cup, they barely made it. So their 50 over form recently hasn't been the greatest, but at the same time, their T20 form wasn't the greatest leading into the recent T20 World Cup as well. So they do have a lot of world-class players. Sophie Devine's final 50 over World Cup as well. So a real juggernaut for that side. So I know that a lot of the girls there will want to be trying to send her out on a winning note.
DK, they have a good mix of experience and youth. Is that kind of the perfect balance for them?
It is. On a roster, that's what you would want, a lot of experience and some young, fresh energy as well. And as Jess was saying, it's a team that probably hasn't played to their expectations in the recent past, but that doesn't stop them from doing well in a World Cup. And they've got some quality players there, and they'll expect to do well in conditions where a few players have been playing in India as well, in the WPL and the rest of the bilaterals that they've played in India. So it's a good team, as we all know, and it's a team that obviously doesn't have as much form walking into it, but it's all about momentum. You get a couple of good wins and then you look a different side.
And Matt, what do you think as well? They have a lot of good spin. Think of Amelia Kerr, etc. Will that serve them well in this 50-over format?
I think Amelia Kerr will be massive for them. She was in the T20 World Cup as well, and she's played in India too, so she knows the general conditions of India. Of course, we've spoken already about the unknown venues at times, but I think having Amelia Kerr, for example, I think Fran Jonas has come up quite nicely. She's maybe one to possibly look out for. They've got a couple of youngsters, even from a batting perspective. I thought Georgia Plymouth was really good in that T20 World Cup. Interested to see what she might do. But I think it's going to be a lot tougher than the T20 World Cup for them. I think they're always a team that's going to compete in the shorter format of the game. The longer format of the game, I think, is really going to test them, and they'd have to rely a lot on their experience and the experience within that team.
Well, I think New Zealand are going to be a little bit of an unknown from the sounds of it. Let's take a look at the likes of where Amelia Kerr, Fran Jonas and Eden Carson will get to test how much these pitches are turning. They start in indoor with games against Australia, big one to start, and South Africa. Then they have a stop in Guwahati, Colombo, Navi Mumbai and Visakhapatnam. Fun fact, they're the only team apart from India to play a match in the group stage at each of the 5 venues. Okay, let's move on to our final team, Pakistan. The ICC have ranked them as 8th best team in the 50-over format, better than the West Indies, who I don't think are a bad side at all, so they must be doing something right in Pakistan. They did, however, pick up the wooden spoon in New Zealand at the last World Cup, finishing 8th in the group stage, which they will be very keen not to repeat.
Yeah, it's reason why they obviously had to go through the qualifiers as well. Well, one of the reasons, anyway, is part of it, and the championship as well. They didn't do it well enough to get through straight. But at the qualifiers, at least, they won every game. They went undefeated in the qualifiers, even though, yes, it was at home in Pakistan for them, so that would have helped them out. But that would have given them a lot of confidence, obviously, to go undefeated there and get through. I think they have got a fantastic captain in Fatima Sana. She has shown already a strength that she has in terms of what she went through personally in the last T20 World Cup, having lost her dad in the tournament. I thought she handled that so well. But she's shown also what she can do with the ball and with the bat as well. She'll tell you she feels she's a good all-rounder. Yeah, genuine all-rounder. But is someone with great character too. I think Sidra Amin is a very special player for them. She's, I think, got 300 since the last World Cup. So she's a fantastic player for them that they'll be looking at as well. Again, spin heavy, but I think for them to turn things around from the last World Cup, I think they've got some of the personnel to possibly do that.
Okay, yeah, they have plenty of great players, and also great to see Fatima Sana to captain the first time in a 50-over World Cup for her. Let's talk Pakistan. What sort of threat do they possess, and how do you see them going? Obviously, a lot of work to do.
Yeah, definitely a lot of work. I think their spinners have always been the glue that's held them together, I think, a lot of the time. Sadia Iqbal, obviously ranked very highly in the T20 format. I think she'll still have a lot to play for and a lot to give that side, and she'll have a very heavy workload, I think. You'll also have Maniba, left-handed top-order batter as well, who has the capacity to take the game on. So yeah, I think it will be tough for them, but I think they do have a couple of players here and there, led by Fatima Sana very well, as has been touched on before. So yeah, I think they could be potentially a bit of a surprise packet. And yeah, it could cause a couple of upsets throughout the tournament.
Well, one thing Pakistan will enjoy is the luxury of not having to travel. They play all their games in Colombo. Could that count for something? What do you make, DK? Obviously with the challenges, but it means that they have some sort of advantage.
Look, in the recently concluded Champions Trophy, India was just put up in Dubai and they made most use of the conditions. There's a certain sense of familiarity that comes with it, the fact that you don't travel as much, practice in venues very close to where you're going to be playing the game. All of that does help, and I really hope that Pakistan make use of that advantage. No other team has it, so it will only make sense that they do the best they can to put up a couple of surprises against some teams, and that would be good for Pakistan.
Right, everyone, we've weighed up the pros and cons of all 8 teams. In a moment, I'm going to get you to declare your winners. But before you do, I want you to get your crystal ball out and start to give us some of the players of the tournament. Who wants to kick us off?
Nat?
That was very quick, DK. I'm going to put out 3 names and say, one, I know they're going to say I'm biased, but Annemarie Derksen is somebody to look out for. I really feel like she is a player that's going to be crucial for South Africa. And if she does well, I think South Africa do well. And yes, there are others within the South African setup that if they do well, the team does well. But I really think she could be a standout in this. I think Smriti Mandana is going to be someone to look out for. She has been phenomenal in the format leading up to this World Cup. And I also think that this feels like a big tournament for Annabelle Sutherland. And I say that because I think she struggled a little bit in the recent WPL. I don't think we saw the best of her in that WPL, and she struggled a bit with her form. But I've seen recently she seems to be getting back to herself, where she's sort of playing her game. She's doing well with both bat and ball, and I feel like she's that player. When she does well with both bat and ball, she's sort of in that comfort zone, which is a good comfort zone for her. So I feel like it's a big tournament for her.
I really feel Deepti Sharma will have a big say with the bat and ball, and she's someone who bowls in tail end of the game quite a bit, so that gives you the chance of picking up wickets. And with the bat, we all know how effective she can be. So I'd look at one of those two to come up with the player of the tournament.
Jess?
I would start with saying Ash Gardner. Obviously, huge all-rounder for the Australian team and provides a lot of firepower with the bat later in the order. And then with the way that she's bowling at the moment, her leadership around the group as well, I think that she's really going to thrive. She's recently captained Gujarat over in the WPL, so she knows the Indian conditions really well also. And yeah, I think my second one, I'd be going someone like Laura Wolvaardt actually to be a leading run scorer of the tournament. The way that she strikes the ball, the way that she really takes the game on. And I think another one that really thrives under having that leadership.
Okay, I'm going to throw one in the hat because none of you are really getting on the English players. I'm going to throw a left field one in, actually, Lauren Bell. Obviously, you're not thinking of seamers in the Indian conditions, but actually, I think one with the height that she possesses, you talked about some wickets, she might have a bit more bounce and carry than we expected, and she's got those slower balls as well, so I have to get in for the English players. Lauren Bell for me. Okay, let's talk who's going to win. Is it obvious? Is it dead set? Or are there some outsiders?
This time DK can go first.
I feel India. I really feel India with the home support, home World Cup, and they've been playing some good cricket. So I would want them to win, even though my mind says Australia. I think my heart says India, and follow my heart on this occasion.
So I'm a little different in that my head is saying not Australia, and only because I just have that feeling like it's going to be somebody different. It's nothing against Australia. My heart is saying South Africa. So yeah, I know that's biased, but...
Oh, interesting. They're not on my list, but I get you. I can see it. Finally, is it obvious?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be controversial. No, no, I feel like my head and my heart says Australia. From a completely unbiased point of view, I just feel like the versatility within the group that they'll have to be able to utilise whoever they need in whatever conditions. The aura within the team as well, the experience in high pressure, big games as well. Yeah, I'm going with my country, Australia.
Well, there you have it. DK says India, Nat says South Africa, you say Australia. I'm going to just throw in England. They're going to pull it out of the bag from somewhere. So there you have it. We can't agree on anything, which is exactly the way it should be, except perhaps that it's going to be good and very entertaining indeed. The 13th edition of the ICC Women's World Cup starts on September the 30th in India and on a TV screen near you. Make sure you're tuned in for what promises to be a fascinating few weeks of international women's cricket. We'll see you there.
Well done to all our panel of experts there who've been looking forward to what might happen in the Women's World Cup. You've got just under 2 weeks to wait before that kicks off in Guwahati, India, up against Sri Lanka, the co-host. England, remember, playing their first game on 3rd of October in the same venue against South Africa. So Australia defending champions there. I wonder if it might be India's years. There's a lot of good sides competing there in the Women's World Cup, and the weather's sure to be better than it is here, I'm afraid. The last time you were with us, the covers weren't on, I don't think. It wasn't raining. It's not really raining now, but it's just sort of light drizzle, nothing more than that, if that at all. It's just a bit grim, it's a bit murky. The skies haven't really cleared, in truth, for, well, the last few hours, but I'm told the forecast is improving. And if that is the case, we'll get some cricket at some point. So I'm sure that there'll be an early lunch or a lunch maybe at 12:30, and hopefully the weather conditions will improve and we will get some cricket here on day 3. Of course, the game itself is fascinatingly poised. 277 runs ahead, Nottinghamshire, going into day 3 and possibly day 4. Keep your fingers crossed. Let's hope for a little bit of patience, and that will be rewarded perhaps a little bit later. But for now, we'll take a break, and hopefully the news and the weather will improve. Welcome back. The gloom has finally lifted and day 3 is about to get going. It has been truncated a little bit. Of course, we've lost the morning session here, but the game is, well, it's pretty well advanced anyway, so I don't think in terms of a possible result that's going to have an impact. We're going to get going here at 1:10. Tea will be at 3:30. And then 3:50 to what seems like might be midnight, because we're going to have to get the remaining overs in. But of course, I'm sure the weather and maybe some bad light might intervene at some point. But we have still 72 overs to get through in the day. That's good news for both these two sides. It is set up beautifully, 277. Currently, Nottinghamshire are ahead by, they lead by. They still have 2 wickets remaining. They'll be out very shortly to try and add to that. What a day we had yesterday. And of course, on day 1, it's been a contest that's gone one way then the other, twists and turns. Some brilliant bowling on a pitch, let's be honest. If you've been with us, it's been very helpful for the seam bowlers. Matthew Fisher exceptional there, 5 for 61 and 5 for 57. Liam Patterson-White there and Lyndon James. Don't underestimate the potential importance of that innings and that contribution, that partnership, just to get Nottinghamshire back into the contest, having bowled so well with Lyndon James and Josh Tongue. So there'll be more drama ahead, I'm sure, throughout the afternoon and into the early part of the evening. But thankfully we're going to get some cricket, and thankfully NASA's with us today.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, the lights are coming on. I'm a bit worried about later. When we were on earlier at 10:25, we said the plan was to delay it. The weather forecast was to get better, a bit brighter. We need that blue sky, because come 4, 5 o'clock, it is, getting towards the end of September, and that light will play havoc again. So I think it's more a light issue in the next 2 days than a rain issue. We've had very little rain here at the Oval this morning. Some light drizzle, the covers were on. It does feel like a really good time to bowl on a pitch that's done a bit. I know it's an older ball with good seamers. Feels, look at that view there. That looks like a bowling afternoon, and that's the table.
Yeah, well, in terms of the points, differential hasn't changed, because I think 186 played 185. That was before a ball was bowled. Both sides have got their bowling points, their bowling bonus points, so 3 added, and both sides haven't managed any batting points. So they've moved on, but there's no difference really between the two sides in terms of numbers. 1 point between the top 2. Somerset not out of it either. Warwickshire 2 not out of it numerically. Somerset are playing, aren't they? And well, they've had a pretty good start. They've got their batting points, and they'll be hoping to get their bowling points and a win, and they'll be very much in the mix as well. But I suspect the focus of Division 1 title will be very much here for the next couple of days or so. Surrey, Nas, 3 titles in a row, going for 4.
It is incredible, isn't it, what this place has done. They have done it historically. They do get on a roll in the county championship. Remember also in franchise cricket, the Invincibles have won it 3 on the bounce. So this is a place that knows success, wants success, and they'll be looking for 4 in a row as well. This pitch can get better, and anything below 300 they will fancy chasing. Just look at the men on screen there. They have a lot of batting, not just the stars at the top of the order and England players, but players down the order, all-rounders, bowlers who can bat. So it is beautifully set up in a game that's gone one way, then t'other. And fair play to Nottinghamshire to come here. Not many sides come here and put in a performance like they have, and they've got to finish it off. And that's the key for me, Nick. Often like this, batters, you'll know as an opening batter, Nottinghamshire's opening batters will start thinking, Surrey's opening batters will start thinking about the run chase. You've really got to finish off here as a Surrey bowling outfit. Finish this off with, get these 2 wickets, because these 2 might play positively.
Well, they did yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that's a lesson for Surrey as well. Learn from yesterday, learn from the game so far, that if you are slightly positive, you've got more chance to get runs on here. You can't go in your shell, and these 2 may well come out and play their shots.
Well, they're both, I think, a runner ball from their innings last night. Again, Liam Patterson-White and Lyndon James played so well, but they were dismissed right at the end of play, which will have given Surrey a real lift. But then these 2 guys came in and played at a runner ball, and you're right. Every run now will just hurt Surrey. So Nottingham should take a lot of credit for the position they're in. And at one point yesterday, I think it was 89 for 6, and things having bowled so well, Nottinghamshire looked like they'd just given up what looked to be a really strong position. But they're back in it now, and as Nas says, it is nicely set up. Let's just hope the weather stays fine. It's still a little gloomy, but I think we'll be okay. Yeah, not far off a run of ball there, Nas. Tongue 14 from 15, and Brett Hutton 23 at 23. Right, how's the pitch going to play? We can focus on the players as much as we will, but the focus of attention over the first 2 days on the pitch as well.
Been watching bits of it, Nick, the last couple of days. What's the pace of the pitch? It's obviously done a bit. It's done a bit sideways and up and down. But what about the pace and the carry? Has it kept its pace?
That's a good question. What's happened, well, my take on what's happened is when it's hit those little indentations, it's done it quickly. And so it's looked at times like it's a really quick pitch because it's flown off the indent and through to the keeper. And then when it doesn't hit one of those, it's just looked pretty even pace, not quick at all. That's why batting has been tough. Definitely, first 2 days it's been tricky.
But historically here, it gets better. That's why most, if not all, captains come here and will have a bowl. Simply they know day 4, it's a good time to bat, best time to bat. Completely different from all those years ago when we played. It was completely, you just came here, batted, and on the last day you used to spin and maybe get a little bit uneven.
The Gabba was always a bowl first pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. That's been proven over time.
Big appeal, looks back finally. No, this time the finger stays down. Both umpires have been very keen to give out LBW decisions quickly. This time, no, finger stays down.
Yeah, looks back finally was your key word there. Fisher was celebrating without really looking back at the umpire. He thought it was plumb, and that looks pretty close to me. That looks like it's hitting middle and leg.
Yeah, I thought there was a couple of times yesterday where the finger went up too quickly. I questioned a couple of LBW decisions, but I'm with you on that one.
Maybe they were listening to our chat earlier when we said they were both outers. They were giving a lot out.
They were the only ones.
Decided to flip it. That looked pretty close to me.
I mean, his it's what he does. I mean, he did it yesterday. He runs down, doesn't even look back.
The Stuart Broad appeal,
yeah,
is it?
Doesn't even look back. What do you reckon to that last session? Well, you'd have probably gone by then when you're back to Chelmsford. I mean, 3 hours 50, they reckon.
This evening, that's what I'm worried about, the light.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, there's 72 overs left. I often wonder why you can't just split it 36-36. It's going to be gloomy. Lights are on already, and it's the middle of the day, so could well be a finish tomorrow.
Steady start. 219 for 8.
Just remember the players have no say as well. It's all up to the umpires now. They'd have taken that reading throughout the game. That's what they were doing this morning. They'll put their light meter on the stumps at both the bails at both ends. And once it gets to that reading, they'll stroll off.
How it's changed, isn't it?
Yeah.
Back when we were playing, you'd be in the...
Yeah. It depends what position you're in. If you're in a strong position, you'd be going up to the umpires and saying, this is fine. If you're not, your eyes will be blinking in front of the umpires all the time, sort of walking into the stumps and tripping over another player as if you haven't seen them. All the tricks we used to do, Nick.
Right, Brett Hutton. He's played really well yesterday. Gus Atkinson ran in. I don't know how much of it you saw.
I saw, yeah.
He really
had good
ran
rhythm,
in.
didn't he?
Yeah, he looked fantastic. All the focus obviously on 10 wickets for Matt Fisher, but I thought Gus Atkinson really good.
I love watching bowlers like him and Archer that almost run through their delivery stride, because you know how difficult it is as a batter, because there's no real gather. It doesn't sort of show you the ball and gather up. It's just a lovely rhythmical run through his action, and it comes out bang beautifully.
Just 2 slips in play. A wide third man as well. Is he in your front line?
Yeah, I think so.
4?
Yeah. I think they want to go Archer, Wood up front. It will depend on Wood's fitness, but Stokes obviously, but Atkinson definitely with his batting as well. But he's a serious cricketer, Gus Atkinson. Really like him from the moment. He had a little spell where his speeds dropped off. That's just been part of international cricket. Your second year or the end of your first year, your speeds just drop and you have to go. And that's just workload and pressure. But his speeds were back up and he looks in good rhythm.
I just made an early change. Talking about third man. Third man's gone to deep point, so there's no one at third man. Until we know how the pitch is going to play out here, it's difficult, isn't it, to feel that one side is slightly further ahead than the other. What's your gut feel?
Psychologically 300. They get the lead above 300. However much the Surrey side have a lot of depth to their batting, that's still a lot. To score the highest in the last innings to win a game is always tough. This will be that anyway, obviously. But that's what happens at the Oval. It just gets better. We saw that in the Test match here. Chris Woke strolling down the stairs and the pitch was getting better and better. Surrey know that. They'll be confident. Once you've done it once or twice and you know the surface, they won't be thinking, this is a minefield. They may think, you know what, this is different from what we normally play here. That will be in the back of their minds. This isn't a normal pitch we've seen this season, so we may have to be a bit more positive.
That's just done a little bit. That's definitely just reacted a little bit more off the surface. So I'm surprised they haven't got a third man. And if they had a third man, that would have been cut off.
Yeah, you know your stuff, Nick Knight. Bowling to lower order batters. You've got an England bowler. Is it more likely to be driven on the up through extra cover, or just played off the face of the bat down to third man? That man will keep going finer and finer at backward point to cover 2 bases, but you can see him in shot there, deep extra. You're playing a good shot to hit Gus Atkinson on the up to deep extra. Cue, big drive to deep extra here. But it's more likely to go down to third man.
I think what he's doing is 223 for 8 from 59. I think what he's doing is he's thinking of yesterday, of last night, and the first innings where Brett Hutton played really well. Strong shots down the ground. What he's forgetting a little bit is this is the first few balls he's facing. Pitches, it's a new day. And often it finds the edge of the bat early on.
And has it been a new ball pitch? Has it done more for the new ball, or just throughout? It seems to go quiet and then suddenly bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, if you follow the trend, Nas, I mean, first morning we thought, big toss to win, bit moisture around, a little bit of a green tinge, bowl first. One down, maybe? One down, I think, at lunch. Yeah, one down at lunch. A little bit of nip there. And then, wickets falling latter part of the afternoon yesterday. It took a while for the breakthrough yesterday morning. So no, really, I don't think it is.
Yeah, I meant new ball. It's that period when the lacquer comes off, isn't it? Often in England, the first 10 dozen overs don't do that much, don't swing, and then suddenly the lacquer comes off. But just following the scores, both sides have made decent starts, and then there have been collapses, even at the top of the order.
Don't know how much of that first morning you saw, but I was super impressed by Freddie McCann and Ben Slater. For as much as we have given Fisher and Atkinson and the bowlers, I thought the way they ground their way through that first session was excellent.
Man just goes out leg side, just maybe seeing that Josh Tongue is standing out of his crease and getting on the front foot. Fisher just saying, if you were bowling, you'd bowl the odd short ball, so maybe a few mind games. But fair play to Tongue, he still gets on that front dog nicely.
The lead now, 282, 224 for 8.
Just got a little bit gloomy, hasn't it? There's a bit of drizzle in the air. It's always easier once you're out there to stay on, obviously, with drizzle.
Again, looked like significant movement. Ball darting back in. Whether there was any connection there with the bat, stifled appeal. Nothing more.
Yeah, watching yesterday, this is the line to bowl. Try and nip it back onto off stump. There's been quite a few LBWs in the game. That's gone actually over middle and off. I think Atkinson thought he'd bowled him. Kept a bit low, nipped back in. That's your line. On a pitch like this that's slightly uneven, don't just bowl channel all the time. Bring the stumps and pads into play.
And get down the other end. Spend as much time down there watching as you can.
Don't know what I make of these lights. What do you make of these lights? We saw them here in the Test match. We have the similar thing at Edgbaston, don't you?
It's set the trend a bit.
Yeah, Edgbaston always sets the trend. You're right. Sometimes you look at them, you don't even know if they're on. Looking at that shot there, but they are on. I can
they do the job now, so they look pretty.
Yeah, I know. Provide some light would be the main concern.
the game's changed with these lights, Ness. Remember that England A tour we went on years and years ago?
Pakistan, yeah.
We spent the whole morning off for one cloud in the sky.
Yeah, with Asif Mushtaba, I think. Yeah, captain of Pakistan.
That's when I dropped a catch at slip. Dean Headley would have been, I think, the first player to get a hat-trick in the first over of a test match, or an A-test match, wasn't it? So whether that be a first-class match, Andrew might check that out, but it was some record at the time that I stuffed up for Dean Headley. He keeps reminding me every time.
Thrilled, yeah.
I was amazed we were back out there playing.
No bouncer yet. Both of these are quite happy to get on the front foot, and just to keep him honest, Gus Atkinson might just say, right, I'm quick enough to force you back.
Solid defence. 227 for 8.
Yeah, that game you're referring to Peshawar in 1995. England A 199. Pakistan replied with 300 all out, with your mate Mr. Mushtaba 147 not out, but Shakil Ahmed 1, Shahid Anwar 0, Baba Azam 0. 2 wickets and 2 balls for Headley. But the first player to get a hat-trick in the first 3 balls of a first-class match was Ravindra Pushpakumara in a game in Sri Lanka. You'll remember him playing a bit of Test cricket for Sri Lanka.
Yeah. What year?
It was around about early 90s. I'll find it.
Used to have a big run-up, didn't he? He used to steam in.
I mean, you've been talking about this pitch like it's a minefield. I've been texting you and talking to you this morning over a coffee. We've had 1 ball from Atkinson that's nipped back in. No wonder you struggled if this is a minefield for you. Hey?
No wonder you struggled. Thanks for popping that in.
1 ball that's nipped back in.
It's like when you score 100 or you do well, it's doing plenty out there, lads. Good luck. Oh dear.
2003 nondescripts versus Panadura. Panadura batting first, were 0 for 3 after 3 balls, 3 wickets to Pushpakumara.
There's a little bit of movement there. adventurous, just a little too wide on that occasion. 227 for 8. Lead is 285. Somehow that has gone through. Matt Fisher did all the work to get there. Where they slipped there, it's a little bit moist. The covers have been on.
Yeah, more concerning, just holding that back, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just a bit too friendly, the bowling this morning. This was a nice shot. It was on the up. Those wicket ends never help really. The nets are in that direction and it just takes a bobble maybe. Just gets up a bit gingerly there. Bowled a lot. Bowled long spells as well because he's been the best bowler.
Really good game, Brett Hutton. Really good game. He's made important runs in both innings and he's created important chances and got some important wickets as well with the ball, and he'll have a big role to play when the game plays out over the next however long it is. But he's had a really good couple of days for sure.
Yeah, surprised it's taken that long for Gus Atkinson just to show a bit of aggression. .294 now the lead. It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Not getting any wickets, but not doing that much. So the Surrey batters will be like, okay, this is not good. They're pushing up towards 300 and beyond, but it's playing okay at the moment.
Lead up to 295, 237 for 8. Oh, shot. One of the shots of the game. Not an easy shot to play, particularly in these conditions. Ball's not doing a huge amount. Oh, wonderful strike down the ground.
That was a super shot from a number 10. Josh Tongue gets in an excellent position. Doesn't get much better than that. It's one of the hardest shots in the game, hitting it through mid-on. Hold the pose.
Gone this time. Gone this time, and that is what Fisher has done so well. Just on that channel outside off stump. And Josh Tongue, who'd played so well up until now, just a little feather. So 9 down now.
And fair play to Fisher. He'd just been driven down the ground on the up. Now, some bowlers may just drag their length back. But he went, nope, go again. He's still feeling his back from that misfield at deep cover. But he held his nerve and his length. He went full again, having been driven, and it got him the rewards he deserved. Just moving away. The previous one went in and it was easier to hit mid-on. This one just seamed away. Found the outside edge.
Dylan Pennington. Oh, didn't quite carry. Best figures in an innings, best match figures as well for Fisher. He's another that will try and do a very similar role to Fisher. Tall bowler, try and bowl that channel, that line. Bowled pretty well in the first innings. Can they get up to 300? 299. Yeah, they can. No third man again, and that will go quickly to the boundary. So 300 lead is up and running. 303 is the lead now.
That shot shows why it's a good cricket pitch over the years, the Oval. As a number 11, you can just come in and just lean on one timing. Ball comes onto the bat, the outfield, even with the rain, is quick. Don't have to overhit at this cricket ground. Pennington off the mark with a lovely boundary.
Solid defence. The wicket in the over for Matt Fisher. Hugely impressive. 245 for 9.
Can Atkinson finish it here? Adam Collins jumping in with Charlie Dagnall as Surrey try and finish the job with Notts up to a lead of 304. They started today after losing a session with a lead of 277. That nagging partnership for the 9th wicket broken last over. Josh Tongue caught behind for 22. That was a partnership of 43. But a lead with a 3 in front of it, Notts beyond their wildest dreams about 24 hours ago, Charlie.
Yeah, very much so. And just a slightly different complexion on the way that the players view the game when you've, even though it could be 297, it could be 303, but it's just that mental barrier of having a 300 lead or having to knock that off. I don't know about you, Colo, but it's just getting to that stage of, and for the neutral at least, of which I am, to sort of say, right, let's get this done, let's see this chase. Because I still think 300 is quite hefty, but for a side with the pedigree of Surrey, I think that really shows you how good they could possibly be.
Little waft there from Pennington.
I mean, when you're in pursuit of a 4th county championship in a row, you know, they've very little to prove this side anyway. But that would really rubber stamp it. You know, when you're going 2 sides neck and neck in the county championship, penultimate game, 300 on a surface that's doing just a little bit. I think that's mouth-watering chase, that.
Oh, it suddenly takes it into rare air. Strictly speaking, back to the 1950s. The last time that a team rattled 4 off on the trot was, well, part of that Surrey streak of 7. Which is recognised around the ground here at the Oval as the truly great team of the 20th century with what they achieved. 4 in a row. That'll be talked about for decades as well, but work to do here. Have to find a way through on this 3rd afternoon. It's going to be absolutely fascinating when they go out to chase here, because of course there's no way they can win the game realistically today. It would need to go into a 4th day, you'd think, all things being equal. Weather set fair for tomorrow as well.
I'm thinking about Nottinghamshire, Colo, as well. This is pretty heavy air out there. What we've seen is a ball which is 60 odd, now what? 64 overs old. And so how that's going to behave, or the atmospherics, with a brand new ball, and how much Nottinghamshire can get out of that, as the over ends with 247 for 9. I think that'll be intriguing watching.
Yeah, what an opportunity for Notts here. To think that at one stage yesterday in their 2nd innings, they were 53 for 5 and staring down the barrel, having done such a terrific job with the ball. Either side of lunch, that collapse that all told was 9 for 72. Only to rally. Outstanding partnership down the list. Lyndon James, Liam Patterson-White putting on 91. And sure, that was broken before stumps yesterday as well, but still, it just changed the vibe of the afternoon entirely, Daggers. And we knew when we came back this morning, acknowledging there has been rain, but this could be the decisive day in season 25.
I think when this final wicket gets taken, I think the opening 25 overs of the new ball will be the decisive moment of the county championship.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. Hutton at this stage trying to attack the shorter of the boundaries here this week.
Yeah, and the field is set forward. I wish that Surrey had actually gone to the shorter ball a little bit earlier. I'm not saying that Hutton and Tong are tail enders or rabbits by any means, but I think it's an area that just could have been used. Push them back a little bit and then throw in the fuller delivery.
That'll do.
I wonder if the field will change a little bit for Dylan Pennington. He's still sending back deep mid-wicket and long leg, but up comes deep third. Just one fielder. Saving the boundary on the offside, and the 2 slips back in place.
Nicely played by the number 11. I love the way that Hutton came out yesterday, Daggers.
Mm.
You know, late in the day, I think it was 4 and a bit overs to go. Immediately thumping 2 balls through the onside. I'm talking giving it absolutely everything, making sure that he was going to make a statement before stumps. That's experience from him. We saw it on show with the ball before lunch yesterday, a masterful spell of swing bowling. Bowling in tandem with Lyndon James. They burst Surrey open. Oh, slapping again. Out towards the beds to stand. Has the legs for 4. Beautifully played. Up to 41. Completes the over. 7 runs taken from it. 254 for 9. That lead. Now 312. So Gus Atkinson wicketless in the second innings. Andrew Sampson with us as well. The Oracle, Samo, what are you seeing?
Well, I'm just looking at targets chased here at the Oval. Targets of over 300 have been chased successfully 10 times in the County Championship out of 207 attempts with 78 draws and 118 times the teams have lost chasing a target of over 300.
Okay. I mean, we see a lot of 4th innings chase stats, Daggers, and you know some of them are evolving in the 21st century. I think the conditions here, though, over season 2025, it has got progressively better to bat. So that won't daunt Surrey, the numbers that Andrew's rattling off there. Not that they necessarily know them over in the Bedser stand, but the very idea that teams haven't chased monster scores here too often across 130 years. This year in 25, this pitch has got better with every passing hour to bat on.
Yeah, the average runs on day 4 this season so far, the average runs per wicket is over 50.
There we go. Thank you.
See, this is what I love about Andrew and why I'm glad to be back in his company again. He takes with one hand, saying basically, statistics tell you over 300 you're not going to get it. But he gives with the other. On the 4th day, you're averaging 50.
Yeah, that's the
Per
season,
partnership.
obviously. Yeah.
And the thing with Andrew this year and last year as well, Hutton wants 2 here. He won't get it. He can also crunch it between Duke's ball and Kookaburra ball because they're 2 different sports, it seems, in the county championship. So
yeah, one of them's good.
Yeah, the 800 plus game here, Daggers, isn't one that they'll be making a commemorative DVD of.
No, I don't think so.
We did a game last year. I can't remember which one it was. It was a Kookaburra game, and it was deathly slow, the way the game played out across the 4 days. And you looked around the country, and like there's a bit of a pattern emerging here. And he crunched for us that it was the round with the most number of players reaching 150 in one round in the history of the championship.
Really?
You know, so it's not just the naked eye test where it feels a bit off with the Kookaburra compared to what we're conditioned to with the Dukes. It's the numbers bear it out as well.
You see, had the Kookaburra been used in red ball cricket during my career,
that's exactly what was called for from Atkinson. To the number 11 Pennington, full straight off stump out of the ground. So they dismiss Notts for 256. They're at one stage were 53 for 5, so it's a mighty comeback to reach that point. And they'll set Surrey 315 for what may well be 4 county championships on the trot. What a beautifully positioned game of cricket this is, Charlie Dagnall.
well, I was saying about that, ready for the game to move on a little bit, and it was the perfect Gus Atkinson Yorker right at the base of off stump. And Pennington has absolutely no answer to that. I think many better a batter than he would have struggled with that one. But you're right, Colo, 314 to win. The county championship is on the line. After that morning of fairly leaden, overcast skies, we've got a little bit of a break. They are lighter, and we're going to see what we hope will be a captivating afternoon's cricket. 314 runs is the lead, and we're going to see what Surrey are made of in the chase.
So it was down the list when Notts finally got going. Lyndon James, 3 wickets yesterday, 47 in a partnership of 91 with Patterson White, who top scored with 58. And Hutton, valuable runs late on day 2, early on day 3, 42 not out at the end. So 256 all out. Notts the second time around, having made 231 on the first day. And Daggers, the story this week for Surrey with the ball, it's been a good one. Nat Fisher, so unlucky through the season to come out and take 11 wickets with it all on the line. That's classy stuff.
It really is. 6 for 73 off 20 overs. Great control of movements both off the seam and in the air. 3 for Danny Worrell, consistent as ever. The other one picked up by Gus Atkinson right at the death. And you look at the partnership between Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White. And then just near the bottom, second from bottom, Hutton and Tong, that 43 runs, who knows how valuable that could be in the context of this game and in the context of this season as well. And so we know the numbers, and we're going to see just after 2 o'clock how Surrey go about this chase.
Yeah, it was that penultimate partnership that Yep, that's better. So back here live at the Oval where Surrey have been set 315 for victory. Notts all out in their second innings for 256. They resumed this afternoon after the first session was rained out at 219 for 8. Valuable runs down the list. And from here, next on Sky Sports Cricket Live will be on Saturday, Hampshire up against Worcestershire in the final of the Metrobank One Day Cup, which of course last year was won by Glamorgan there at Trent Bridge Daggers and the year before Leicestershire. So a great opportunity for Worcester up against Hampshire in a final in September. Always a special part of the season.
Yeah, it really is, especially given the sort of season Worcestershire have had, especially in red ball cricket. And it'd be nice for them to lift a little bit of silverware, or attempt to lift a bit of silverware up at Trent Bridge. Always a good day.
So 2 wickets were needed for Surrey this morning to finish Notts off. And predictably, based on what we saw yesterday, the first of those to fall was via the hand of Matthew Fisher, who was absolutely outstanding here, nicking off Josh Tongue. But yesterday, he was hitting pads and smashing stumps, and 11 for the match for him. And speaking of smashing stumps, a bloke called Gus Atkinson, England quick, finishing the job. Dylan Pennington castled for 8.
Yeah, such an important role to try and see off the tail enders. He's had a superb game, Matt Fisher, for Surrey. Both innings, and I've been so impressed with him, with his control and almost having the ball on a string a little bit, as you want any seamer. His look conditions were in his favour, you've got to say that. The air is relatively heavy at this time of year, and it can be, with the Duke ball, absolutely optimal for a bowler such as he. That said, you've got to stick it in the right areas enough and ask enough questions as a bowler and put the ball in those areas that you do. And he has got his reward for Surrey. And so now it is up to a partnership which has been so prolific for the Three Feathers over the last 3 or 4 years or so. And it's how they negotiate the new ball. It's how they negotiate Hutton and Pennington and Josh Tongue as well. It's going to be testing for this pair. It really is. I'm expecting the new ball to skip through just that little bit more lively because of the earlier weather today and just that little bit of cover that we've had. And your technique has to be sound, and you've got to be able to ride with the swinging ball, Colo.
5.5 months of hard work for Surrey, for all the counties around the country, but these are the two left standing. Notts the visitors, their task, 10 wickets, and they'll put themselves into pole position. Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, Matthew Fisher, as we know, hasn't had much luck all season. He's came into this game with 18 wickets at 44.38, and he's finished it with 29 at a much more respectable 32.17.
He was due some luck, and couple that with outstanding skill, and that's why he's got 11 for the match. That dark new Dukes you can see in the hand of Fred Hutton. You must be salivating at that.
It was the darker the better. He always used to want to pick the darkest Duke in the box. The pinkier ones, don't touch those.
Hutton played a major role yesterday in the first innings, in which he did pick up Rory Burns, who's about to face the first ball of the Surrey chase. Just a couple of slips away from us, Vauxhall End. All on the line here at the Oval.
He's a bruiser, isn't he, Hutton? Who's that bloke who used to do the SAS program? He looks a bit like him, doesn't he? So barrel-chested and strong and beefy. Can't remember his name, but he looks like that dude.
Just runs in and does it season after season, Hutton. Off the mark in the chase. I suspect every run will be cheered by the Surrey faithful here. That target of 315. Yeah, I suppose when you look at Hutton, as he goes back to his mark here, you might think he's all brawn, but he's a lot of brain too. The way that he set up Dan Lawrence yesterday was exquisite. The two booming out swingers, beating the edge on 2 occasions. And what do you know, the next one, Big Innie, leading edge. He was elated with that, and rightly so.
Three slips, like it. Like to see a gully for Sibley as well.
Instead, immediately someone back at deep backward point on the rope. So Sibley, who's led Surrey throughout the year. Samo will have the exact number, but nearing 1,200 runs. Made 100 last week on one leg, Daggers. Came back, retired hurt on 65. Ended up finishing it with, would you believe, 2 ramps and a reverse sweep. Dominic Sibley.
That's the T20 in him coming out, you see.
It was most exciting. Down the leg side as he strangled him. Big decision. Umpire Long says no. There was a big old noise and the bowler was convinced. Doesn't go the way of knots.
Sometimes you listen for the bowler, whether it's just genuine enthusiasm or if you think there's actually some evidence backing that up. And he'd said catch it before the ball had actually reached the keeper.
Ooh.
And I don't know. I think, well, they were convinced.
We've seen 2 replays. I'm sure we'll get another. Playing away from his body there, Sibley's. He's off the mark.
Just quickly, Collar. That's why I want a gully.
Yeah, straight to
just when he plays away from his body that little bit, and Hutton's got that shape. Granted, that was a nudge wide, but I think if he straightens that line a fraction, Gully's going to be in the game.
So but we got the benefit of the effects mic in our ear, right? So we get the really loud noises when they come through. There's no doubt the ball hit something. Nice length. Probing first over, 2 for none under leaden skies in South London. But we'll try and get back down the leg side appeal. It was one of those where if it wasn't ball hitting bat, it must have been bat hitting pad, because it didn't look like it could have possibly hit the pad on the angle that Hutton was on. This might help. Reverse angle. Daggers, talk us through it.
Well, back of a length. Oh, goodness me. Again, just going to have to take a look at each view. And you've got to remember that the umpire's got one of those. I just think it's your gut as a bowler. When you scream at catch and it's not reached the keeper, then you think it's bat rather than pad. Sometimes as a bowler, you know it's pad, and you just join in with the appeal of everybody else. But be that as it may, ump said not out. We crack on.
We do indeed. Dylan Pennington, couple of wickets in the first innings. One of them was Sibley. Bowled with real heart. Put in a good shift before lunch in that first hour of play when not much was going on, but Pennington kept it tight, kept asking good questions, and it was the change bowlers for not to got into the act straight away.
Always been a fan of Dylan Pennington when his days at Worcestershire as a youngster, and he was raw and sprayed it a little bit, but he had movement off the seam. He usually tried to nip it back. But the other thing is, Colo, about Pennington, is that it's unusual for someone of his build. And what is he, 6'6"?
Oh, yeah.
Something like that, maybe even 6'7". And to be so bustly in your nature, usually expect a bustly bowler like a Darren Gough at 5'8" to
5'9", something like that. And to sort of really sprint him, but he's actually a big dude rather than a languid style of action. He actually is it all happens very, very quickly.
It's a good point. The Dukes looks very small in those massive mitts as well. Can he get it to talk to Burns?
Ooh.
Just like that. Extra bounce. Good start from Notts with the ball, this. Andrew Sampson, join in.
Yeah, Dom Sibley is the leading run scorer in the Division 1. He's currently on 1199 runs at 66.61 with 400s and 650s.
Hamid just behind him.
Hamid is second. He's now on 1131.
I appreciate there might be a little bit of, I suppose, confirmation bias because we cover Dom Sibley closely here at the Oval week in, week out. But he looks a far more expansive cricketer than when he played tests for England. He looks a player far more capable of putting pressure back on bowling teams, put it that way.
Well, how many times have we seen it, Adam? You know, a player gets a taste of Test cricket, finds out what it's about, doesn't necessarily have success, and, but you've got to be involved in it. You've performed at the county championship level, and then you make the step up and you find out what it's about, and you may not have success, and there may be some technical flaws in your batting or bowling that you need to work on to be successful at that next level. Now, okay, Dom Sibley has not necessarily found himself back in England colours, but he's done all of those things to work on. And even though he might not be doing it in England, Surrey are certainly benefiting from a player who is all round. When he's churning out 1,000-run seasons, good person to have in the side. 3 without loss.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You tend to have with international teams, be it football, cricket, take what you want. Philosophies can change, and I think Sibley found himself on the wrong side of that, and fair enough. The England team in the last few years has been dynamic and done some really important things under Stokes and McCullum, and that's been a time when Sibley's style of play hasn't been required necessarily. Yeah, I guess the lived experience of watching him, he's become more expansive. I'm not sure where they'll land on their Australian squad. That's to come in the days ahead, I believe. But I can see a world where they might take Dominic Sibley in the Lions squad. Might be a bit of an odd fit having a guy who's played as much cricket as him going with the Lions, which tends to be a younger group of players. But he's a little bit younger than he looks as well, Dom Sibley.
You also need a sprinkling of experience in there as well, though.
I mean, he's 30. He turned 30 a couple of weeks ago, so he's not a veteran as such. He's just played a lot of cricket. So being there and thereabouts, if something did go wrong, they could do worse.
They've just been a touch wayward, Nottinghamshire, with this new ball. Not quite got their consistent area right as yet. Granted, we're only into the 3rd over, but these opening deliveries to any new batters are so important.
I wonder when we'll see Lyndon James get a crack. The way he swung the ball yesterday, they won't want to leave it too long. They'll want to give him an opportunity with a Dukes that's still got plenty of lacquer on it. And, of course, the benefit of having an England quick in Josh Tongue to bring on him, presumably first change as well.
I'd be looking around about the sort of 10 over mark. That's when the lacquer then starts to, or has started to come off. You're getting the natural shine of the ball.
As you say, Daggers, they haven't quite gotten it right as yet. That leg stump line's been prevailing to date.
Just going back to Sibley, actually, and here's his problem, I think, and it's not a problem with him. I think it's the problem with the side that he's trying to get into, if he does still harbour international aspirations, is that he's not a Ben Stokes or Brendan McCullum's style of opener that they want. They want to take, you know, the attack to the opposition, as you see with Duckett and with Crawley. I don't necessarily think that, you know, churning out, even though sometimes I believe that England could do with some players that can absorb a little bit of time and a bit of pressure. I don't think that's their way. I don't think that's the style of the team.
Down the leg side again. Surrey benefit to the tune of 4 runs. Leg byes given. But they all help. Ends the over, 6 runs from it. The target's 315. They're 9 for none.
So Paddington to resume. Little uppish from Burns. Yaz Rana is alongside me. We've been watching Surrey's various assaults on the county championship for the last 4 seasons or more. But for 3 seasons they've ended up champions. Has their grip on the county championship ever been so precarious in these 4 seasons as it feels right now?
I think compared to this very moment, I don't think there's been any time.
That's beautifully put away on the pads of Burns. Don't bowl there. Over pitching, looking for the ball to swing, and it's swung straight off Burns' bat for 4.
Moments like that, of course, help them, but I don't think there's been a moment where it's been as up for grabs as it is now. I suppose for in-game tension, I don't think anything we've seen so far this game quite trumps that epic game at Taunton at the end of last season. That was in the penultimate game.
That was extraordinary. It was an extraordinary finish because they were about to shake hands, weren't they? It was a remarkable game, and had a wicket fallen, well, had it not fallen in the last over before the last hour began, then it was pretty clear that hands were going to be shaken, and then a tumble of wickets. But at the end of that game, even though Surrey lost it, they were still ahead in the county championship table.
Yeah, that's where it's very different.
Here,
for them last year, that Somerset win kept them just about in the title race. Was a win here for Notts would make them overwhelming favourites with a week to go. But it's interesting listening to what the stats tell us. You look at one stat and suggest that chasing 300 plus in the 4th innings is a very unlikely proposition.
yes.
Then you look at the games that have taken place here this year, Dan.
And include the test match in this.
And lots of runs have been scored towards the end of games.
I'm trying to picture in my mind's eye the conditions, though, as well. I say, that has flown through, and this is sort of what I mean, because at the back end of matches, in what has been a warm, dry summer, the pitch has lost any of the dark patches. I mean, we can see when the bowler comes in, you better see more clearly that there's still plenty of dark patches where the bowlers follow through and where the delivery stride takes place. And by the sort of 3rd, 4th day of matches this season, those have disappeared. Pitch has got a more straw-like colour. But it's still pretty green out there. It is September, and it's been pretty damp today. Now, the other thing I think we have to point out is end of the over, 13 without loss. The quality of the bowling attack. Seen many sides here this year with decent, noble bowling attacks, but the way Pennington, Hutton, Lyndon James, Josh Tongue bowled in that first innings was as good as anybody has bowled, I would say, better than anyone has bowled here at the Oval all season. So that's why Nottinghamshire are challenging for the title, trying to break Surrey's hegemony. And get them in young, I say. I wonder if this is their first taste of county cricket.
There's a lot of oohing and ahhing from the Notts players in that previous over, and there are a couple of balls bowled by Pennington that really flew through. Verena behind the stumps taking length balls at head height. That's the kind of thing we've not really seen towards the back of games here this season.
Exactly. It gets slower and lower. And it gets increasingly difficult for the bowlers to find any assistance.
And a point that Dominic Cork was making on days 1 and 2, it's a very lush outfield here. So when the lacquer does come off, the ball stays relatively new for a prolonged period of time. And we've seen it throughout this game that actually bowlers have been in the business more from the 10th, 15th over onwards. And their threat getting the ball to move through the air has been maintained for really long periods of time.
But, and this is why this game has been so confusing, that was definitely true of the first 2 innings, where the ball became much more threatening actually after 20 to 30 overs. But then in the 3rd innings of the match, and whether this was because actually we hadn't had any rain for a little while, the pitch had dried out a bit, the ball lost its potency. Surrey attempted to get the ball changed. Eventually they succeeded, but it didn't do a lot just before tea and then for the rest of yesterday. Now that could be the bowling, could be the ball. So many factors at play, but there hasn't been a consistent pattern in this match yet. But you tend to think, with the grey overhead conditions, a lush outfield, that perhaps a similar pattern to the 2 first innings might re-emerge. We've got no sun, there's a little cooling breeze that may help to reduce the moisture on the pitch. It's just fascinatingly set up. With that single, the target is now exactly 300 runs away. We've talked about this throughout the game. The test match that took place here, although England lost it by 6 runs, they lost it with 10 batters in effect in both innings, and they were down a bowler and they were cruising to victory. It was sort of more remarkable that they didn't chase that large total in the end. Skews away off a thick outside edge to finish the over. 3 singles from it. Surrey 16 without loss.
Yeah, just talking on the highest chases and things, as we know, 392 for 8 is the most in a championship game here, which obviously isn't in play in this game. But if Surrey were to achieve this, first of all, it would be their highest ever against Nottinghamshire, because it's currently only 262 for 5 back in 1900, before even you or I were around, Dan.
Yeah, it's all right.
But it would also be Surrey's 3rd highest at the Oval. They got a 334 and a 327 back in the 1980s, so this would be their 3rd highest at the Oval for Surrey.
So that's what you're talking about, Yas, isn't it? It's still in the realms of unlikelihood, and yet it's what we've seen here. What we've seen here suggests that with the amount of time left in the game, that's the other part of it. You know, when you need a large score in the 4th innings, it's often you don't have that much time to do it, because obviously a lot of runs have got to be scored. You've got to get through 3 innings, and then you've got to be left with a lot of runs to get.
Should we remind viewers of what's happened here this season?
Why don't you?
So this is Surrey's 7th home fixture in 2025. In their first game against Hampshire were chasing 377 They started day 4 35 for 3.
2 of those were night watchers that were out.
And they ended the game 300 for 5 when the weather intervened. The first 2 innings of that game were 253 and 219. Surrey
Similar
scored 342 in their second innings. So scores going up through the game. Second game was against Somerset. Surrey wrapped that one up pretty quickly, so hard to tell how conditions were towards the 4th day. They then beat Yorkshire by an innings. Yorkshire started the 4th and final day 185 for 6, but the damage had been done by that point. Then against Essex, Surrey finished the game 289 for 7, chasing 418 again. First 2 innings of that game, 217, 279. Then Essex in the 3rd innings, 479.
Just keeping a little eye out here for Dylan Pennington. He looks okay. Just a little hint, keeping an eye on his right hand at the moment.
And then there was that Durham game where Dom Sibley scored that triple 100. Surrey 820 for 9 in the first
Kookaburra
innings.
ball, big asterisk.
And it was really hot.
Yeah, it's very hot.
In the second innings, Surrey bowled Durham out for 362, arguably their best bowling performance of the season. Then Durham following on 262 without a loss.
It's a good bit of fielding to prevent a couple more runs there from Josh Tongue.
And then last week, 246, 248. Surrey in the 3rd innings, 391 for 8, leaving Warwickshire needing 390. Again, weather got in the way, so Warwickshire were 105 for 1 at the end of that game. But again, scores in the second innings of that game higher than the first.
The 3rd and 4th days, the assistance for the bowlers completely disappeared.
Yeah, we've mentioned average runs per wicket on the 4th day of the season in the Championship is 50. But if you add in the Test match on the 4th day, because England collapsed on the 5th day and did quite well on the 4th day, it actually goes up to 52 in all first-class cricket on day 4 at this ground.
18 without loss at the end of the over. Yes, but Surrey are going to have to do a lot of their batting on the 3rd day here, which is what
depends
Nottinghamshire
on the weather as well. But yeah,
that's what Nottinghamshire have done rather well here.
Yeah.
But I think looking at the previous scores this season, it's not just that it explodes in the 4th innings. 3rd inning scores have generally been higher than 1st inning scores.
That is true.
There's so many parts to it as well. Should Surrey get anywhere close to 315, they'd almost certainly have to face a second new ball as well. You need something like 4 runs and over across the innings to get it done before that second new ball. It's something that England like to do, but not quite Surrey's way.
There is Dylan Pennington. Just taking a look at it, the index finger of his right hand, he's just flexing there. I don't know whether that may have happened when fielding a ball in his follow-through, perhaps.
No.
Well, we shall see. I mean, if Surrey get through 80 overs, there's a strong likelihood that Pope and Lawrence will have batted for a fair bit of that, so that scoring rate may increase. We're a long way off that second new ball yet, yes, but I do take your point.
I'm just thinking about different elements to this run chase.
Oh, that is not far away from second slip. A genuine edge. He's turned Burns round there. And a 3rd slip, I think that would have gone straight to him. It's been a frustration for watchers of this game that the 3rd slip has really not been there too much. Yesterday, the key catch went through 3rd slip. You see that? That would have gone straight to where 3rd slip was. Yesterday, Surrey had exactly that issue, and then they pushed Pope wider, and he got Patterson White out at what was in effect a sort of 3rd and a half slip. They had 2 slips in place, but widely spaced. And I mean, it's an indicator, isn't it, that Nottinghamshire don't think that they've got an enormous number of runs on the board here, Yaz, because they've got a new ball, they've got 2 slips, a wide deep third, deep square leg, 2 men saving 1 on either side at mid-wicket cover and mid-on and mid-off. So they're not attacking really, really hard with this new ball. They know that, or think that 315 is not out of sight. And that is a genuine play and miss.
Something to watch out for here, another brilliant piece of bowling from Bet Hutton, is the head-to-head record between Hutton and Rory Burns. Hutton dismissed Rory Burns' LBW in the first innings, but I've just had a look at the game between the two sides here in 2023. Burns' first innings, LBW Hutton 0. Second innings, LBW Hutton 0.
Back to pair.
So Hutton's had a lot of success against Rory Burns in the past.
And he beats him again. He's edged one through third slip. He's played and missed twice, and somehow the Surrey captain has survived. End of the over, 22 without loss. Yes, that was what. It wasn't what started the collapse. Tom Lawes' dismissal, caught in the covers off Lyndon James, began Surrey's collapse. So they lost 9 for 71. 9 for 72, I beg your pardon. But it was probably the Burns dismissal that really sped things along. Lawes had come out as a night watcher at the end of the first day, and his runs in that partnership with the second wicket would have been seen really as a bit of a bonus for Surrey. He's got that away fine as Sibley, and it's going to bring him 4. Just straying onto the hip. He's very strong in that area.
Good carry again though for Pennington. Still a lot of life left in this pitch.
That's what it suggests, doesn't it? I mean, that's what we're seeing that's a bit different here.
Also
Although I've got to say, yesterday during the 7th wicket partnership between Patterson White and Lyndon James, ball actually started pitch. It was a lot less responsive. The ball just came straight out of the middle of the bat. Just looks to me like there's a little bit more there than there was yesterday evening. It has been damp today. We've had sort of mizzle. There's a dampness in the air, which I guess would have, well, if it hasn't helped to juice the pitch up, what it will have done is not allow it to dry out. But then you set against that the fact that there's been a pretty stiff breeze throughout the game. That is cracked away, loose from Pennington. It's Rory Burns' favourite shot, a slashing square cut, and he was provided with plenty of width. So a couple of boundaries have come in this over.
Yeah, shot of real authority from Rory Burns. I was just going to say before that ball that the score at the moment was slightly misleading in that Surrey on paper going quite briskly, but a lot of the runs up until now haven't been the most convincing. Boundaries generally behind square, couple through outside edges, but a rare loose ball and suitably punished by the Surrey skipper.
Really good comeback from Pennington. Burns just stuck on the crease, neither forward nor back. And that outside edge is being flirted with a lot in the last 10 minutes or so. The lacquer coming off the ball. Might start seeing it swing a bit more. That'll irritate Rory Burns. A long half volley has picked out Hasib Hamid with a beautifully connected, crisp drive. Hasib Hamid cuts a fabulous dash in the field. When he wasn't skippering, I remember watching a test match here. I think he was playing for England, but a bit against India.
2021.
2021. And he's fascinating to watch. So he gives the impression of being a man who doesn't necessarily, end of the over, 8 gone, 31 without loss, necessarily find fielding the most fun. So he finds ways of keeping himself interested. And I've seen him sort of not exactly dancing, but just doing a little, just making sort of loping gestures and doing little circles and just keeping himself going. Mark Ramprakash used to do a different thing at the start of every season for a while as he got towards the back end of his career. I remember the season when he decided to walk in at gully. He used to walk in and then stop in the position at gully. He did that for a couple of seasons.
3 slips in now for Dom Sibley.
Well, they put a third slip in a bit after the horse had bolted for Rory Burns in the previous over. I think Hutton would quite like to be bowling at Burns here because he got that edge. He got a couple that beat the outside edge, and as you say, he's had him LBW a few times here now at the Oval. This is his 5th over. He's the kind of guy who can bowl long spells, so we saw that in the first innings. Surrey's first innings. Whereas Pennington, he's bowled 4 now. He might have 1 more in him. And then, although in the first innings he came off after 4, Josh Tongue replaced him. Both these sides coming in with a 4-man seam, a 5-man seam attack, but a 4-man seam attack for Nottinghamshire. Liam Patterson-White yet to bowl an over. No overs of spin so far.
Well, something Surrey will be desperate to do is to get miles in the legs of the not seamers. In that first innings, Nottinghamshire were only out there for 52 overs, so Hutton, Pennington, Tongue and James didn't have to do loads of bowling, just 3 spells each. We're in the back half of the 3rd day here, so far they haven't been worked particularly hard. That'll be another test if Surrey get close. How will they fare when they're just more tired, more fatigued?
It is cooler though, so they won't have the heat to contend with. You would say that of all the opening pairings in the county championship, one that is offered 315 to win, but over the course of a day and 2 sessions, Burns and Sibley would probably be the ones who might relish that task more than most. So you see that ball, so again it's turned Burns round. He's been careful to protect his pads though. He didn't try and flick across the line. He did come across the ball. That's how he was out in the first innings, to whip the ball into the onside and struck bang in front. And that one's come back into him, thick inside edge onto the pads. He's really targeting the pads of Burns here. When he took the wicket of Burns in the first innings, it was from the pavilion end, where I think we've seen the majority of the wickets fall in this match. Left alone, last ball of the over, 3 from it, 9 gone, 34 without loss, Surrey. So there's the match situation. Surrey needing 281 more to win after bowling out Notts for 256. They added another 37 runs this morning. Matt Fisher picking up his 6th wicket. Notts yet to make the breakthrough, but they made their first change with Josh Tongue coming into the attack to replace Dylan Pennington from the pavilion end. 3 slips in place.
on the workload point of the Notts seamers compared to the Surrey seamers. Sure, Surrey have a 5-man seam attack, Notts 4. We've not seen spin yet, but Surrey didn't use bowlers 4 and 5 that much. Tom Curran bowled 11 overs in the game. Tom Laws 10 overs in the first innings, 7 in the second. Gus Atkinson 37 overs in the contest. Dan Worrell 40. Matt Fisher 39.
That is a lot for Matt Fisher. The week before, I think he only bowled 5 overs in the Warwickshire first innings, didn't he? He is coming back from injury, but to put in 39 overs, you say? And he got his rewards for once. 11 wickets in the match. First 10-wicket haul for Surrey.
Was first 6 in an innings as well. The career best innings and match figures.
Again, that takes the edge. Flies through where perhaps Gully might have been.
You think Tongue would relish the extra bounce that we've seen so far in this innings. Carry's been really good, particularly from the pavilion end through to Verena by the stumps. Surrey, they've started well here. It's been difficult. There have been a couple of hairy moments, but they are 35 without loss in reasonably good time. They've got the equation now to 280 more required.
And Tongue's coming round the wicket now to Burns. So they have a very, very long way to go. With a ball that may start to do even more quite soon, and 4 very fine practitioners of the art of seam and swing bowling and pace bowling in the case of Tongue.
Yeah, you feel that Lyndon James in particular is someone who's only going to be called upon once they think the lacquer's off and it's really doing a lot through the air.
He was my player of the match, really, for the first 3 innings, I would say. His contribution to that 7th wicket partnership, absolutely vital. You think where Notts were when they're 89 for 6, a lead of just 147. If they lost another wicket or 2 then, Surrey could have been chasing well in it, well under 200. Edged and dropped at first slip. I'm pretty sure that's carried. That's the first authentic chance of the innings. It's come in Josh Tongue's first over, and Burns is going to count himself a little fortunate here. It's great bowling from round the wicket. Takes a thick edge. And well, yes, that has carried, and it should have been taken.
Yeah, very nearly an immediate impact from Josh Tongue. Early chance for Rory Burns. Liam Patterson-White, it was at first slip, diving to his left.
Burns on 18 when that happened. Had a couple of drops in this game, but none of them so far have proved too costly. Beats the bat with the last ball. Tongue unlucky not to make the breakthrough after 10 overs. Surrey 37 without loss.
.37 for none. Should be 37 or 36 for 1 with that drop catch. Tongue into the attack and nearly into the wickets. Hutton continues. I think second slip, McCann just went across him there, but it should be taken low to your left. Didn't go quickly. 99 times out of 100 as a first slipper, you're thinking, I'm taking that. And he knows it. You can tell from his reaction Not a hard one. All about mind games here, Charles Dagnall. A side who know how to win, a side who know how to win the county championship. 3 on the bounce against a side who have played excellent cricket all year, but trying to get over the final hurdle and beating the champions on their home patch. Intriguingly poised.
It really is. And this is what makes Surrey's feat, or any team who repeat or three-peat as they have done, is when you're going for your first county championship or your first title in any sport, there's that hunger, there's that desire of having not done it, and then getting to the top of the mountain. And I know it sounds a little cliched, but you've done it then. To get yourself in the same sort of mindset and have the same attitude and the same desire to keep doing it and keep doing it. And that's where Nottinghamshire are at the moment.
No, there was 2 noises there. Sounded like an inside edge. I think Sibley got away with one in the first over with a catch down the leg side. He looks at his bat there as if to say, I nicked that. It's funny how you look at your bat when it goes on to hit the pad, but not goes on to the wicket keeper.
I also think a little bit of height might have been saving Sibley. Oh, maybe not. But I was with you. There was 2 noises.
Nick Knight chirps up from the back of the box. Pad first. He'd make a good umpire, Knight. He gives them out. Bit of shape there from Hutton, albeit from the hand.
Yeah, just going back to that though, Nas, is that now Surrey are in a position where they have been here. They do know what it takes to churn out county championship results and championships themselves, knowing full well that this would be a defining session of the game and of the season.
There's more of that swing lacquer off the ball now after 11 overs. It's just starting to shape for Hutton in particular. 39 for none.
I know we've got a long way to go. 270 runs or so. But the fact is the longer these partnerships start to develop, the tougher it is. The more elements of panic that can actually creep in to a bowling attack. One striving for wickets, and sometimes that can be a mistake of over-striving for them rather than just letting the game play out at its own pace. Doing the things that you have done well to get into the position that you are. Okay, we've not seen Lyndon James bowl, and I think these conditions are conducive to the stuff that he does. A little heavy air, and I think the lacquer off the ball will assist sideways movement through the air, but so far so good for this partnership.
Yeah, you then start thinking, if this partnership keeps going, you start thinking about that batting lineup with Pope, Lawrence, Folkes, Patel, Curran, Atkinson, Fisher. We saw Laws as night watchman, how well he could play. So you then start looking at that batting lineup thinking, we can't afford to drop another one. Need to get into that middle order. Burns himself at times guilty this season of getting in and getting out. Sibley's gone well. So Burns, a skipper, he'll want to make a real meaningful, big contribution. This is what these two do. I saw this morning before the drizzle came. First 2 in the net, Sibley and Burns. It's what they do at the Oval.
That's where bowlers are grateful that those dog throwers were invented. Too late for me. Oh,
come and have a bowl at us.
Come and have a bowl at us
yeah.
for an hour and a half in the nets. You're not going to be doing much bowling today. Oh, brilliant, thanks. Would love to. Don't use that new one. Here's one I've pre-picked for you.
Oh, that's a Jaffa. It's always got that in him, Josh Tongue. Even in that test match here against India, when his radar was all over the place, he would spray it everywhere and then he would bowl the magical delivery. It's a great asset to have. The wicket-taking ability. Forget everything else. And Josh Tongue, we've seen this summer in any format, actually. You'll put up the leading wicket-takers and you won't realise it, but Josh Tongue will feature.
You'll remember, you were here for it, the final test match against India. I was watching it. You were keeping me awake. But there was one spell, wasn't there, that he bowled, where, I mean, it really was. He barely hit the cut strip on some of the occasions and then would produce the most unplayable delivery that some of the best batters in the world just could not contend with.
And you lose the rhythm of batting because of it. As a batter, it's a nightmare. It's all over the place and then suddenly from nowhere. That was an anomaly for him. He's not that type of bowler.
No.
Speaking to Sean Pollock, actually, was over for the South Africa series. He may still be over, Sean. But all the assets that England are looking for in someone like Josh Tongue, you think Ben Stokes as well, they're looking for bowlers with this type of action where you lean across to the offside and create an angle, angle it in, nip it away, stock ball. And Sean was saying, yeah, all well and good when it goes well, but when you have this action and this lean and this wrist position, if the radar is off, it can go horribly wrong, as it did on that day at the Oval in the test match. Like that, you get it slightly wrong and it fires down the leg side. 12 overs gone, 42 for none.
.42 without loss. And it's still Hutton who's continuing. Here's something, Nas. I've often said that a roundabout, because you look at the Oval here, it's pretty verdant. The ball isn't going to get massively damaged and it's going to stay in decent condition for a good while. And I would imagine if Duke's balls are similar to what they used to be, and they are similar,
nicely driven. It should be a couple. It is. Good running.
That the optimum time for a swing bowler to bowl is from around about 10 to 30 overs. That's when they can be at their most dangerous, because after that then the ball starts to get a little bit softer and it doesn't move around as much. And I'm surprised they haven't had a look at Lyndon James just yet, considering how well he bowled in that first innings.
Yeah, that was a wide half volley and Rory Burns has just dispatched it to the extra cover boundary. This may be the last for Hutton and then it may be James on after.
Absolute freebie, wide, floaty half volley. Rory Burns can just climb into that. He's got all day to get the feet in the perfect position. It's pretty gentle. And he's not going to miss out. Yeah, I think it feels about that time. He's into this 7th over.
Bad news from outside. Just starting to rain, not heavy, spitting with rain. Follow up after the floaty half volley. He went full again and they won't want the rain. Nottinghamshire, they're working on that ball. You can see slip to third slip, keeping it dry, keeping the seam dry. Daggers, the worst thing you want is a wet ball as a bowler. The seam going soft, you can't shine it up.
100%. And a soft ball is difficult to shape. It might sort of look shiny and new, but if it just loses that little bit of nip off the surface as well.
Well, Sibley was just on his heels there. And there's a misfield, and they could well come back for two. No. Not great cricket all round. Sibley on his heels, carrying his gloves, a little bit like Marizan Cap. I don't like that as a batter when you're carrying your gloves and your bat. Everything feels a bit uncomfortable. But all's well that ends well if you're a Surrey supporter. Could have got two.
You were never a glove remover?
No, I wore inners, so I kept my gloves on so that people who sweat a lot get very fussy about their gloves. They take their gloves off at the non-striker's end. They're back on now. Sibbers is on strike. Good solid block. 13 overs done, 49 for none.
Well, outside of that drop catch at slip, they've looked in very little bother, this pair. Yeah, one or two beating the bat, but you would expect that on a surface that just offers enough for the bowler, and a bit of sideways movement in the air. And I'm going to use a Nick Knightism here. This is a rego catch. Absolute regulation at first slip. I don't think second slip has put him off at all. You look at the line of that, and it's where his left knee is. That's always going to be his catch.
Sure is. And that is always going to be a clip ball for Rory Burns, and he clips it to the boundary. That is bread and butter for Rory Burns. Where would you like it? Just there, please. 50 up for Surrey. Excellent start in this crucial run chase.
Well, if you were to close your eyes and picture a shot that Rory Burns was playing, it's that one. He is never missing out. All he needs to do, considering the pace that it's coming down, is just get everything in the right position, and it fiercely comes off the surface.
This is out there. Going back to the Nick Knight, I have to say Nick was one of the three best slip catchers I've played with. The others being Mark Ward, definitely being number one, Nick Knight number two, Graham Hick was a superb slip catcher as well. But Knighty had an odd sort of reverse cup sort of method of catching it. Very weird, but he was a superb slip catcher.
He caught a few off me, Nas, when I made it carry.
Who, Knighty?
Knighty.
Ah, caught Knight bowled diagonal.
No.
I tell you who's good. In that Warwickshire side. Now, granted, I didn't play international cricket, so you're coming up with some of the three of arguably the best slip fielders. We had a lad playing for us at Warwickshire called Dominic Ostler.
Yeah, good lad. I liked old Dom. And good lad, good fielder.
Goodness me.
Yeah.
The size of it. And as soon as he nicked it, he had Piper, Knight, Ostler in the cordon.
Yeah, Piper was one of those, a little bit like Jack Russell. He didn't look like he watched the ball all the way into his gloves. He was so good at catching it. He'd like watch it 90% of the way down and just soft hands and then just flick it off to the slips. That's a good cordon, that. Piper, Knight, Ostler. Who would you have? You wouldn't have had a third. I was going to ask who would you have had at third slip. You're looking what the third slip. What is a third slip position?
Oh no, basically my third slip was a third man, if you like. There's not enough pace to get there. Do you know what? And this is no word of a lie. My first ever first-class wicket, you'd never believe, caught short leg. I had a short leg.
Was it spinning? It's a position that's gone out the game, Daggers, completely.
Poor Mike Rosebery. I think that's why he packed in.
Went to play it, but as it swung, he left it. 54 for none.
Now and again, Nas, you can look on social media sometimes, and away from all the sort of toxic rubbish that goes on there, people upload old footage of cricket from wherever, from it might be the 70s, 80s, 90s, into the turn of the century, and it's lovely looking back. And someone had posted a NatWest Trophy final, Gloucestershire, who had that really great spell at the back end of the 90s and into the noughties, and it was basically Jack Russell. It was Jack Russell, highlights of him standing up to all of those Gloucestershire bowlers, Lewis, Elaine, Mike Smith.
Yeah, just brilliant.
And it was astonishing. I must have watched it 3 times just to believe what he, or to almost remember it in my head what he did and how he was.
Eccentric, to say the least, was Jack. James, you got your wish. Daggers James into the attack. Don't think we do enough of that, actually. Of old footage. I know there's various rights issues and who has the rights and who had, but going back in time and looking at not just international but domestic cricket, as you say, that glorious Gloucestershire side who was so good in white ball cricket. Have a look back. Obviously the game has changed hugely, hitting potential in particular of batters, but some of the old footage of county sides, just like there you're mentioning Mick Rosebery and people like that, just from a different era, but some very good players, obviously. I remember playing against Nottinghamshire. They had Broad, Robinson, Randall, talking eccentric. Derek Randall.
Goodness me.
What a cricketer he was.
And then you had your overseas players, didn't you? You had Clive Rice and Richard Hadley. And and I understand the game has changed for a variety of reasons now, with the aspect of franchise tournaments popping up here, there and everywhere. The demands of even first-class overseas players, if you like, are that much more. But it is lovely to look back and just take a look at some of the from county cricket, just some of the footage from county cricket, and there's not a huge amount of it out there, but you know, the big games that used to be covered, the knockout trophies and Sunday leagues, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I was cup-tied in a 50-over final. I played for combined universities. We'd lost to Somerset in the semi or quarter-final or whatever it was, and so I couldn't play for Essex, and it was against Nottinghamshire. And Eddie Hemmings hitting the boundary through backward point at Lords, up the slope at Lords. I think it was off John Lever was the bowler. JK got it slightly wrong, and Nottinghamshire and Eddie Hemmings got him home to a victory. They were a very, very good side, and they are this year as well, looking for their first championship title since 2010. Run well, these two. They just drop it, off they go, left hand, right hand. Mind games now. Surrey and that dressing room will start to feel comfortable, almost like, well, this is our cunning plan. We know it's going to get flatter. You think you were bossing the game? We know what we're doing, and it's going to have to, you're going to have to reverse those mind games with a couple of quick wickets just to say, no, it's not going to plan. Still a long way off though, 315 will be the highest score in the game. James's first over, correction, yeah, done, 59 for none.
And that's now 1,000 runs in first wicket partnerships for Sibley and Burns so far this season, at an average of 55.5. The second pair to reach that, behind Daniel Hughes and Tom Haynes of Sussex.
Thank you very much. They are a serious combination, have been for a very long time. Sibley and Burns. Huge reason, huge part of their success here at the Oval. You can have an opening combination Such success, it just sets up the whole innings. Played late and away to the boundary.
Got to say, this is superb from Burns. This is not a bad ball from Josh Tongue whatsoever. Look at the line, it's that probing area, the area he wants to hit, but with just such soft hands, Rory Burns just guides it down very fine. That's the business area that Tongue is wanting to probe.
No.
There is that feeling of the sort of big monster of Surrey in this partnership, and the vibe that you get within this game is that, you know, you could argue that Nottinghamshire have played the majority of the cricket so far, but their experience, their guile and their knowledge of how the Oval plays, and almost an inner confidence about their lineup. It's a difficult one for Nottinghamshire to try and overcome. A couple of sticks would help.
Taking the catch would help. Just tipped over the bar. Given as a wide. And one for the over.
Pretty interesting near the bottom of the Division 1 table as well. Worcestershire have pretty much done. But there's around about 4 or 5 teams that are all going to try and stave off relegation. If it actually turns into relegation, we don't know. They could be playing 5 Division League or something next season. Who knows? But
Durham had Essex last week, ended up in a draw because of the rain. I was surprised to see both those sides down there. 2 good sides. Essex have had a difficult season in all formats, actually. They moved up to mid-table mediocrity with that draw. But Durham and Hampshire.
Hampshire struggling at the moment today.
Sorry, Doug, it's just gone a bit gloomy out there. Just phases that you suddenly can see the shadows. If you look down on there, you can see the 4 shadows of the keeper, the first slip. That is when the umpires start to get a little bit fidgety. That makes them a bit more fidgety when the light's marginal and a bouncer comes.
It's just keeping an eye on the pace as well, Nass. And last couple of deliveries around about the 87 mile an hour mark. And it's lively, it's noticeably much more than sort of Lyndon James or Hutton from the other end. Tongue's got 10 miles an hour on them.
Clipped, it's very comfortable for these two now. Surrey 66 for none.
Well, I'm afraid to say, great start from Surrey, but the umpires, as I thought they might, have come together at the conclusion of the last over. They've taken a reading, and as I jump on, Adam Collins, Cam Ponsonby with me. They'll be leaving the fields about 24 minutes before the scheduled tea break for Bad Light. I'd be staggered if that doesn't in turn become tea. Cameron, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Adam. Well, disappointing, because we've got a very interesting match, well, in process. Surrey started very well. Still 249 runs behind, you can see on the summary, with plenty of time in the bank. The problem they'll face is, well, battling the weather. And light can always be one of those tricky ones where there's no real tangible way of knowing exactly when you'll be good to go again.
Yeah, what you can measure is just how loud that applause was from the Surrey faithful in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. They are very happy with their experienced opening pair. Rory Burns, the captain, up to 41. Got 47 in the first dig, 41 not out here from just 54 balls as well. Half a dozen boundaries. And down the other end, Dom Sibley, who there was a massive appeal when he was on naught for a catch down the leg side, went in the favour of the right-hander. He's moved to 18 from 42 with just one boundary, but looking solid throughout. So Hutton, Pennington, Tongue, and James, the 4 bowlers used. Just getting word through here from the match officials, Cameron. That will be tea. Not sure how they'll recalibrate the final session, because it was already an extended final session due to the bad weather earlier today. So it feels like unless something absolutely dramatic happens between now and the close of play, we're going to have a thriller on the 4th day here at the Oval with the target for Surrey 315.
I think even though Surrey have got off to a very promising start, my gut says that Notts will still be the favourites until around the 40 over mark. We've seen how crucial that 30 over period is when the lacquer just comes off the ball and wickets have fallen quickly. That's kind of been the story of the 3 innings so far, that there have been little clumps where batting has been okay. You've seen a couple of partnerships put on together, but then when one falls, a number often follow very quickly afterwards.
So early tea called officially here. Play, in theory, set to resume in about 16 minutes' time. We'll see. Hopefully the light improves here at the Oval. A reminder, the target is 315, and Surrey have batted very nicely so far, with Burns on 41 and Sibley 18. A 66 for none as we go to a break. Back with live action, hopefully very soon.
Right then, welcome back. It still looks pretty gloomy. It still is, unfortunately, pretty gloomy. Though I have to say, in the last few moments or so, last few minutes, it's got a little bit brighter than it was. So that's encouraging. But we have nothing in terms of any official news to give you. We do understand that the umpires will be out there at some point and let us have a little bit better knowledge about what might happen over the next hour or two, but that's where we are for now. It is nicely poised. It is, well, 249 are the numbers that Surrey are interested in because they've got themselves to 66 without loss, not with the without the odd alarm. Rory Burns has been put down. There was a bit of debate about whether Dom Sibley got a little bit of bat or glove on one down the leg side and given not out. So not to not out of it by any means in the early stages here. They've created a couple of chances that haven't been rewarded, so we are still hopeful that we are going to get some cricket at some point. The players went off just before tea. They've taken tea and they're all in the dressing rooms waiting for some positive news about getting this game back up and running. Remember, there is still another day to go, and I believe the forecast is pretty good for tomorrow. And of course, the irony about today is that the forecast wasn't great, but we haven't actually had any rain. Our problem today has been bad light, as it was at the start of the day, and unfortunately as it is now. So that's how things currently stand. 66 without loss, still 249 required, but not, as I say, still very much in this contest. We will stay where we are. Hopefully you two will do the same, and we'll update you when we get some more news. Right, wish I had better news for you, but as you can see, the covers are coming on. It's not because it is raining, it is because that is that for the day. So, frustrating. Just 26 overs we managed throughout the day. And would you believe it, with all the rain forecast, we didn't get a drop of rain. It wasn't rain, of course, it's been bad light. And that has been what has kept the players off the field. So, as I say, just 26 overs, 66 without loss, Surrey. And that then perhaps, and everyone will have their opinion on this, but perhaps it just puts Surrey as the slight favourites going into day 4. They do still require 249 more runs to win. Rory Burns and Dom Sibley at the crease. But, well, Matthew Fisher finished off with 11 in the game, 6 for 73 to back up his 5 for 61. But still, I think there'll be some intriguing cricket to look forward to tomorrow, because Nottinghamshire will still feel they have a chance. The truth is, the pitch didn't do a whole lot in the 26 overs that we did have, but they will be hoping that pitch and conditions will change a little bit more tomorrow morning. I understand the forecast is a little improved for tomorrow, so fingers crossed we will get a full day's cricket in, and that is when, where and when we will be building up at 10:25. First ball, fingers crossed, as they say, at 10:30. Thanks for being with us, and we look forward to your company tomorrow.